What's after that?
Second beach after that, second round of playoffs. So
nice.
Yeah,
and then if we win that, Final Four goes to New York City.
Wow.
New York City.
If you guys make it, you got to come back.
Yeah,
got to come back.
Deal.
We'll practice some more if one gets injured.
Absolutely.
Oh, man. Good to see you guys. Appreciate you guys. All right. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, Breezy. Squeeze. Can you high five?
Bye, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. And I also want to say hello to all of you who may be joining us on Fox Local Tampa this morning as well. We appreciate you joining us. We've got a lot of things going on over the next little bit. Want to let you know some of the things that we are monitoring at this hour. Let me give you a live look right now inside the Capitol Rotunda in Washington, D.C., where people are paying their final respects right now to the late Senator Lindsey Graham, a Republican from South Carolina, who you see his casket draped by an American flag and sitting inside the Capitol Rotunda, where a memorial service just wrapped up a few moments ago. This is the first of two funeral services for the late South Carolina senator that is scheduled for today. The second one scheduled for 2 o'clock at the Washington National Cathedral. A number of officials, high-ranking officials that are expected to speak at that, including President Donald Trump. So we will be listening in to that coming up later. We're monitoring this. This is also live streaming on Fox 13 and Fox 35's YouTube and Facebook pages, so you can watch that in full there. Also want to let you know about a couple of developing stories we are tracking this morning out of Orange County. The resignation of the Orange County Fire Chief Anthony Rios, who in his resignation letter, cited some recent a response that he gave at a county commission meeting where he was talking about some spending and buying a county-approved vehicle, county-assigned vehicle, rather. And so he cited that, a response he gave at that recent meeting, and some controversy that came from that as a reason for announcing his resignation. Mayor Demings just appointed him as the fire chief in April of last year. We are also following a developing story out of Apopka, where we are working right now to learn more about a reported shooting in the area of the Home Depot on the West Orange Blossom Trail in Apopka. Police there saying that all the suspects are detained. There is no threat to the public, but Apopka police are investigating that. And so we are working to learn more about the circumstances and that situation. Let me give you a live look right now over downtown Orlando. The heat going to be a big story today. We're going to be talking about that with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson coming up in just a little bit as well. And we are also tracking some sort of history that could be made today at the Florida State Prison near Stark. Fox 35 investigative reporter Marie Edinger joins me live now. And Marie, today is a rare double execution day here in the state of Florida. 2 inmates on death row for decades going to be put to death today. And that's not something we see very often, where there's 2 in one day like this.
No, this would be the first time in 62 years if both of them do wind up executed. James Duckett is scheduled for noon today, and Dominick Occhicone is scheduled for 6 p.m. So if those do both go through, they have both made these last-minute appeals to the U.S. Supreme Court. But if both do happen, yeah, first time in 62 years. Sorry, do you have a question, Garrett?
No, I was just going to say, go talk to us a little bit about the cases here. What led to them being put on death row and facing these death sentences today?
Sure. So that would be the left of your screen. That's James Duckett. He was a mascot police officer. That's a small city in Lake County. And in 1986, he wound up convicted in 1987. He was first accused, now convicted, of the murder of an 11-year-old girl. Teresa Maccabee is her name. The story goes he was patrolling as a police officer and ran into this 11-year-old girl at a gas station right down the road from her house near that lake that you just saw on your screen a moment ago. He told her to go home because he'd seen her talking with this 16-year-old boy, said, "You're too old." And so he had her go in his car and said he was taking her home. After a while of her not getting there, getting back to her house, her mom started looking for her. She went, again, right down the road. I've been to this home and I've been to this gas station, or where it once stood. And it is really just a very short walk. It probably should have taken her 2 minutes at most to get there. And she was just buying a pencil to do her homework. So when she wasn't home after a bit, her mom started looking and actually called police. And James Duckett then got involved in the search for her. He was accused of killing her after the other police officers found tire tracks that matched the very specific ones on his car. He had driven a police car that night, obviously, and the tire marks were specifically associated with snow tires. And the shop that serviced the police department's cars at the time had accidentally put snow tires on his cars. So they left this very distinct mark that pointed to him. And then investigators found on the hood of his car his fingerprints intermingled with the 11-year-old girl's in a pattern that they said was kind of scooching backward on the hood of the car. He was the last person seen with her until she was found a bit later in a lake. She'd washed up drowned and she'd been raped. There has been a lot of things to come out of this more recently, namely DNA tests that have been argued over for the past few months. Duckett was supposed to be put to death back in February, but there was this last-minute stay of his execution because his attorneys argued that they wanted to test this DNA. They said the evidence that led to his conviction and his conviction on appeal and his conviction upon multiple appeals after that over the decades, they said all of that evidence was circumstantial. And so they wanted to test this DNA. They'd had an opportunity in the past, but they said the technology just wasn't there yet to get a good reading out of it and that it might destroy the sample. So they put that on hold until it turned out he really was up for execution. They did test this DNA, but the results came back inconclusive, and the results of the testing were that it actually destroyed the sample. There's now an argument that's just come out in the past week or so from his defense team that the state knew it was going to destroy the sample in the course of testing. The defense team had wanted to test it at a different lab that they thought might be more capable. And they now want other things tested. A judge just came out with a ruling saying, no, if you wanted multiple other things tested for DNA, you should have asked back in February when we approved this last round. So that got tossed, and any further motions or further attempts to delay his execution were overruled by the Florida Supreme Court. And so his execution is now scheduled for noon today.
And meanwhile, the other execution slated for today, Dominick Occhicone, who would be the oldest inmate in modern history, modern state history, I should say.
Yes.
That would be executed.
He is 80 years old. He was convicted of killing his ex-girlfriend's parents and also wounding his ex-girlfriend. This was in Pasco County, and he also was convicted the same year, 1987. So he's 80 years old now. His defense team has been arguing that executing him would be a violation of the Eighth Amendment because he has a number of health issues and concerns they're saying are killing him anyway, and that there's no use in subjecting him to a killing by the state. They said it's cruel and unusual, and that he's dying of natural causes anyway. There's also this argument that people have been making, or more of a question over what the rush is. If he's 80 years old and dying anyway, why rush to have this execution? The same thing has been said for Duckett's case. He's been sitting around for nearly 40 years now on death row. So the question is, why do it now? The governor has answered that. He said that these things are just taking way too long, that there has been appeal after appeal at all of these, that these two convicted murderers have lost. And he says justice delayed is justice denied. He says he's talked with many victims' families, and that because they have not been put to death yet, there's still this lingering question. And the governor feels that there just is no closure until the deed is actually done. So he says that's why he's pushing for it. As for why these two men in particular have had their death warrants signed instead of others who have also lost many appeals and are also waiting on death row for any day where their warrants could be signed as well, we don't know the reasoning behind the governor picking these two people in particular. That is kept pretty locked up. There are a lot of open public records in the state of Florida, and that is just not among them. I did speak with the executive director of the Death Penalty Information Center, and she was explaining that they've tried many times to get information about the reasoning behind that with no luck.
Now, Florida has been criticized for its pace of some of these executions. I mean, 10 inmates have already been put to death this year. These would be the 11th and 12th. And you've also been digging into some other interesting data that has come out about executions here in the state of Florida.
Yes. So Florida has remarkable statistics, remarkable one way or another for how you might feel about it. As you mentioned, there have been 10 people already put to death this year. After today, that number could be 12. Last year, there were 19 people put to death, and there is no other state that even comes close to that rate of executions. Florida had already been at a fairly high pace compared with most states, and now it's just blowing everyone out of the water. Since 1976, when the death penalty was reinstated, there was a hold on it for a bit where it was outlawed. But since it started back up again, Florida has executed 135 people. So again, by the end of the day, that could be 137. But in that exact same time frame, there have also been 30 people on death row who were exonerated, as in they were told, oh, we were wrong, you were innocent of your crimes. The most recent example of that was in 2020. There was a man who wound up with a $14 million settlement after having spent, I believe it was 37 years on death row, only for the state to realize that they had been wrong. The majority of those exonerations have to do with fabricated evidence or witnesses who were pressured into testifying or to lying on the stand, and a number of other errors that were made and glossed over. I think I find myself trying to avoid the word lie, but that's what it comes down to, is they found that there were lies that came out in, or that were hidden in trial, or that came up in trial. And then when that new evidence came out, these 30 people were exonerated. The ratio, when you think about that, and then the criticism against Florida's rate of executions comes from, if there are 135 people who'd been put to death, and in that same time frame, 30 people were found to have actually been innocent, and just keeping in mind that 30 of people who were found innocent does not include people who had their sentences wiped if they were granted clemency, for instance. There are also a number of people who wound up being taken off of death row, so they weren't found innocent and they weren't exonerated, but they were taken off death row for one reason or another. In some cases, they were no longer convicted of the actual whatever put them on death row, but they took a plea deal for a lesser crime. There are also instances like Crosley Green, who we've reported on extensively, who was removed from death row and put instead to life in prison. In his particular case, for instance, there were a number of errors or issues with his trial, evidence that had been hidden. He actually was let out of prison altogether for a couple of years. He lost an appeal in that case and went back to prison. He's up for a parole hearing next week, so I will be talking with his attorney about that case. But so just, again, on the perspective of 135 people who've been put to death in Florida since the death penalty was reinstated, 30 people found innocent. That's about a 1 to 4 ratio, and the 1 to 4 ratio does not include all the people who were taken off of death row for other reasons. And we know there are always, as you talked about, these last-minute, last-ditch appeals, and so we will see what ends up happening today. Fox 35 investigative reporter Marie Edinger, we appreciate you breaking all that down for us. Thanks so much for having me.
We're going to take a break, and we will be right back.
Elon Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
That's it.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We give you a live look right now at the White House, where President Donald Trump right now is meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The White House press pool reporting that Netanyahu arrived just before 11 o'clock, arrived through the side entrance of the West Wing. And this is the first in-person meeting between the president and the Prime Minister since the war on Iran began. And this could be some talks here that could shape kind of the next phase of that conflict in the Middle East. And so joining us live now to talk about this and its impact, what this might mean going forward, we're pleased to be joined by UCF Professor Dr. Houman Sadri, who is joining us live now via Zoom. And Dr. Sadri, your initial thoughts on this meeting between the president and the Israeli Prime Minister with Benjamin Netanyahu in town for the funeral of Lindsey Graham.
Absolutely. I first of all wish that Senator Graham was still alive and he could actually get involved in this process as well in his own special way. I'd like to use actually this opportunity to express my deepest sympathy to Senator Graham that I had the honor of meeting a couple of times through our common friend, the Senator John McCain from my home state of Arizona. So Senator Graham, the last of the three amigos, rest in peace. Now, getting to today's meeting, it's a very, very significant meeting. It's not just significant just because it's the very first meeting after the war started on February 28th, but it's a crucial meeting because it's exactly just about 3 months before the Israeli elections in October, obviously our election, our midterm election in November. So the two meeting is a very, significant in that regard. Obviously, both leaders, they have a very, good relationship, close relationship, but I like the explanation of, Prime Minister Netanyahu that says, we are like a family and family sometimes fights. And that's very understandable from our perspective as political scientists because, we are a global power, they are regional power. Sometimes our interests, they go together, sometimes they don't. So in terms of what the, Prime Minister would be basically expecting, because we do not know, and especially dealing with the two of them in the same meeting, sometimes unpredictable things happen, is, he is just concerned from one side. Obviously, Iran is on top of agenda. He was really hoping to be able to topple the regime. So another regime comes out, which is much more friendly toward Israel. Well, that has not happened. He was also hoping to get like a confirmation that Iran's nuclear capability is completely gone. That has not really happened either. He wanted to make sure that Iran runs out of, missiles and everything. That has not really happened, so he's concerned about that. Of course, beyond Iran, there is also the war in Lebanon that, Israel is, involved, and the president is trying to create a second, front for peace. And then last but certainly not least is what is happening right now in West Bank. So he has a full agenda. And of course, our president has his own agenda too, and he has his own constituency, and this is his second term, and he certainly wants to make history. Presidents, they usually try to make history in their second term because that's what the world is going to remember them by.
I want to dive into something that you said a minute ago, talking about kind of the interests of of two different countries and how sometimes they're similar, how sometimes you're aligned in some ways and sometimes, those paths diverge. And so I'm curious the role you think maybe and the difficulty in this case, especially when it comes to balancing, being there for a close ally of the United States, but also needing to take into account the direct interests of your own country in this situation when it comes to whether to resume strikes or to continue with peace talks.
Absolutely. I mean, this is very natural. This is not something artificial. Israel is a regional power. So what their concern would be about simply their neighborhood. Okay. Their focus basically, and so far has been mostly on the interstate relationship. And the situation is actually not as bad as people think. Technically speaking, Israel is in a much better shape than, decades ago. Look, there are 4 countries that are bordering Israel. Is that right? Egypt, obviously Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon. Well, Israel has officially 2 major peace treaties with the 2 countries that they have the largest border with with Egypt and with, Jordan. And then the Syria situation, it's so, the country is in such a mess, and Israelis have actually used the opportunity, taken more, territory in the Golan, and they are in a much better strategic position, and they destroyed some of the major, military facilities of Syria. So Syria is really not a, major, rival anymore. And Lebanon has never been, a major rival, within Lebanon, because it's a multi-ethnic, multinational, religious, society, and that's how it was set up. Basically, is the Hezbollah, which Israelis are fighting against, but they see actually Hezbollah not so much as Lebanon, but they see it as basically a proxy of Iran. So their focus is mostly on Iran. What I see as an issue is, I understand from their perspective, Iran is their biggest rival, but I think very frankly, they're underestimating what is happening on an issue that is not an interstate issue, but is an issue that's not going to go away. And that's the Palestinian issue. That has to be resolved, because if they would resolve that issue somehow, or manage it a little bit better at least, they could get some kind of, recognition from the Saudis, because Saudis were very, very clear and have been very, very clear that they're not going to normalize relationship no matter what is happening with Iran or something, until they feel like the Palestinians get some kind of justice. Because that's not that part of the issue. I mean, there are millions of Palestinians in, West Bank and also in Gaza. That issue needs to be resolved. That has not, nothing formally to do with the interstate relationship. So that is from their perspective. From our perspective, as a, global power, we have, of course, a very close connection with Israel, but our relationship with the Arab states in the region has been growing significantly. You look at, for example, the number of U.S. bases. You see that, for example, 47 years ago, U.S. had only 2 bases, and the 2 bases were both in Iran. And now here, fast forward 47 years later, and we have no bases, of course, in Iran, but we have bases in almost every single Persian, Gulf country, and also in Jordan and in other places, So the situation is very different, and it's complex, but that's Middle East.
There's no doubt about that. We have certainly seen that in so many different ways over the years. Now, Dr. Sadri, we heard President Trump say yesterday that Washington is engaged in good talks right now with Iran when it comes to where things stand there, but expressed again a willingness that if negotiations fail, the U.S. would resume strikes on Iran. I want to get your thoughts on these negotiations and what we're seeing and where things stand at this point.
That's a great question. We are always indirectly negotiating. There is obviously, as you know, there is no direct, a negotiation with Iran, but we are indirectly through the, some of our, friends in the area, we are negotiating with them. Now, my question would be, and that has not been specified, with whom, with which faction we are negotiating, because, the Iranian leadership, since the February 28th of this year, they're not all speaking with the same voice. the late Supreme Leader Khamenei had a tendency to kind of organize the factions, even though from time to time he would side with one side or the other side, the more moderate side or the more hawkish side or something. But when he would say something, then all the faction, they would kind of agree. Right now, his son, who is the successor, and we haven't actually seen the man in any, direct interviews or on the TV or anything, just pictures of him or something. He does not enjoy the same even limited, charisma that his father had. So he is not really in control. I'm not sure what type of role he's playing in trying to balance those different factions within Iran. We know one thing for sure. We know that Revolutionary Guard has basically taken over because they were always a major force. The only time in the modern Iranian history, the Revolutionary Guard was not in charge was during the, period of the Grand Ayatollah Khomeini. That Khomeini didn't like any kind of military, doesn't matter, regular military, irregular military, to be involved in the politics. So he kept them away. But, Khamenei has got him involved. He needed really their help to put the country together. And right now, this is making it very challenging for us to see what faction are we actually talking with. If they're the moderates, do they have enough, basically ammunition to provide us with certain benefits so we can agree and they can agree and they can sell it on their side. So that is where the challenge is now.
So what will you be watching for in the coming hours, days, weeks, as we kind of see where things go from here? What are you watching for? What should we be watching for when it comes to potential progress being made or changes that may come, in the aftermath of this meeting?
Well, after this particular meeting with the president and the prime minister, I like to see if they are coming up with any kind of like a general strategy that either one would either directly or indirectly kind of announce. That would be a good thing to know, because right now, frankly, we do not have an exit strategy. They've talked about a lot of things. The whole issue has been, Iranians agree with this or Iranians agree with that one. And from the other side, we hear that no, there is no agreement about anything. Everything is kind of, flowing still. So that would be something I would like to watch out. One thing very interesting is that despite the fact that Iranian, military capability has decreased, tremendously. Is that right? They basically do not have any regular, Navy. They do not basically have any, regular Air Force or something, but they're still able to what? They're still able to launch missiles and drones, and they can do damage. As you know, recently we lost 4 other service men and women during those type of attacks. So it's not like they're completely defenseless. However, pushing the agenda that they're going to be doing, some form of unconditional surrender, I don't think that's going to happen. They've never done that. They fought with, Iraq for 8 years, during the Saddam Hussein, when Saddam invaded them. And they were in a much worse shape then, and they never gave up. So I don't think they're going to do that because it's, they're defending a goal, in their, for their very existence. They're not going to bow to what they call us, which is the great Satan. So that is the very tense situation in that regard.
Well, UCF Professor Dr. Houman Sadri, we always appreciate your expertise and your perspective on this. Thanks so much for taking the time and joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you very much, Garrett.
And as we go to break, I want to give you a look at the live images outside the U.S. Capitol right now. You see the flag-draped casket of the late Senator Lindsey Graham being carried down the steps in a very somber part of this ceremony. We are going to go ahead and listen in for a moment as we head to break.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look right now in Doral in South Florida, where we are waiting for a news conference any minute now. Expecting to hear from State CFO Blaise Ingoglia. Going to be joined by several sheriffs from all across the state, including Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, Miami-Dade County Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz, Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister, and Putnam County Sheriff Gator DeLoach. So this news conference is supposed to begin any minute now. In fact, it looks like they are arriving right now. You see on the placard there, year one mission, protect Floridians. And as this news conference gets underway, we are going to go ahead and listen in live right here on Fox Local.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you guys for being here in the lovely free state of Florida. My name is Blaise Ingoglia. I am the Chief Financial Officer. It's an honor to be here today with some of the finest sheriffs and finest people that you will find in the free state of Florida. Sheriff Grady Judd, thank you for being here today. Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz, thank you for being here. Best hat in the county. Awesome. And Sheriff Gator DeLoach. Guys, thank you all for being here. Appreciate everything that you do for our communities, keeping us safe. There's nobody who works harder than our law enforcement here in the state of Florida to keep Floridians and our communities safe. Florida is a law and order state because of our statewide commitment to keeping this state and our citizens safe. That means that our sheriff's offices, state law enforcement, statewide leaders like myself, we are all committed to keeping Florida safe for families, safe for businesses, and safe for our retirees. When I became CFO, I had set out to redefine the position of CFO and put a renewed emphasis on rooting out fraud wherever it may lie. That means that my law enforcement division has been busier than it has been for years, busier than ever, putting fraudsters behind bars and assisting our state and local law enforcement partners wherever and whenever we can. Since I took office, we have arrested more than 1,200 criminals, 1,219 to be exact, totaling more than $38 million in restitution. That includes 634 arrests by the Bureau of Insurance Fraud, 344 arrests by the Bureau of Fire and Arson and Explosives, 199 criminals arrested for public assistance fraud, and an additional 100 cases referred for criminal prosecution, 42 arrests from the Office of Fiscal Integrity, and 126 illegal immigrants handed over to ICE. My investigators have worked to put fraudsters behind bars and send a clear and concise message to criminals who are attempting to commit fraud here in the state of Florida. We will find you and we will send you to prison. Some of the cases my investigators have worked over the last year include a $1.7 million scheme to defraud the state. My team has made more than 20 arrests in this case, including at least 12 former state employees who worked to submit, approve, and pay out fraudulent risk management claims from the state for their own personal gain. Yes, I am so serious about rooting out fraud that we even arrested our own state employees when they were doing things wrong and illegal. A $2.8 million public assistance fraud scheme. We arrested an individual after he engaged in multiple identity fraud schemes to defraud the SNAP program. A public adjuster had been arrested who allegedly stole more than $703,000 from unsuspecting innocent Hurricane Ian victims. Francisco Javier Chapo Arauz misappropriated funds belonging to 13 homeowners by allegedly forging victims' names, concealing insurance settlement checks from victims, and refusing to pay victims after being contacted. Nothing is more heinous than when somebody is having a very bad day or week after getting hit by a hurricane, only to find out that the fraudsters are coming out in droves and then taking their money. I am very proud of the team for this one, making sure that we are holding these fraudsters accountable. In addition to our efforts to root out fraud, we have also provided major assistance to our law enforcement partners. My office has assisted local law enforcement agencies with more than 6,000 inquiries for public assistance fraud. Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosie here. Do I have to call you Kadera Stutz, or can I just Sheriff Rosie? It works. Sheriff Rosie works. We have helped run more than 240 subjects through our Bureau of Public Assistance Fraud. Additionally, my office has provided assistance to sheriffs across the state as they investigate cases. My Bureau of Fire Arsons and Explosives has responded to requests for assistance from Sheriff Judd's office to identify and inspect a potential bomb during a traffic stop. We provided assistance to the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office to identify suspected homemade explosive device. We have assisted the Broward Sheriff's Office with investigating a vehicle fire that turned out to be a homicide investigation. We have helped the Okaloosa Sheriff's Office with identifying explosive materials, which turned out the suspect was experimenting with the manufacturer of homemade fireworks, with the suspect having 2 to 3 pounds of energetic material. This criminal was also a child sex predator that was charged with 10 counts of possession of child pornography. My Criminal Investigations Division is working every day to solve crimes, stop criminals in their tracks, and to help our law enforcement partners do the same. That is why I have made it a priority for my officers to provide additional and any resources and manpower to local law enforcement operations across the state, and to use our financial crime investigatory resources to assist any law enforcement agency that reaches out. We are here to help. Please use us, continue to use us. I'm also happy that Sheriff Deloach are here with me today, who my investigators also helped in finding criminals. We helped Sheriff Deloach's office with tracking down a murderer through financial transactions, and I think he's going to be talking about that here in a minute. Florida's approach to law enforcement is much different than other states, and we make public safety a priority. And that is one of the reasons why we are so successful here in the state. When I was first elected to the Florida House more than 12 years ago, Lord, I'm getting old, I made my position abundantly clear. I will always, always, always support law enforcement. I will always stand with the men and the women who protect our communities. I will always back the blue, and in these cases, back the green and the brown. I didn't know if it was brown or tan. That is why that was my commitment when I first entered public office. It was my commitment when I served in the Florida House. It was my commitment when I served in the Florida Senate, and it is now my commitment, and the commitment will not go away as long as I am the CFO of the great state of Florida. My commitment now is stronger and more resilient and resolved than ever. Supporting law enforcement is not something that I just say when I'm standing in a room full of law enforcement professionals. It is not something I just say when I'm in with the police chiefs or the Florida sheriffs. It is not a slogan. It is a promise that I have worked throughout my career in public service to fulfill my commitment to our communities and our law enforcement professionals. When we watched cities in Minnesota descend into chaos just a few years ago, it reminded me why that commitment is so important. We watched criminals burn buildings and destroy family businesses. We watched politicians abandon their law enforcement officers when they were needed most. And we watched, unfortunately, elected leaders and lawlessness take over the streets because they were too weak, too afraid, or too politically correct to do what was necessary. But in Florida, we chose a different path. While other states were attacking their police and law enforcement professionals, Florida stood behind ours. When other states were defunding law enforcement, Florida invested in law enforcement. When other states were making excuses for criminals, Florida was putting criminals behind bars. And when politicians in places like Minnesota and California surrendered their cities and bent the knee to chaos, Florida stood firmly for law and order. It is my commitment that I made 12 years ago when I took office. I am reaffirming that here after 1 year in office. I think people will see that in 1 year of office, we have been very busy with our criminal investigation division. I want to personally thank my investigators and my boots on the ground for taking my vision very seriously, taking the commitment to the state of Florida very seriously, and taking the vision across this state so people who know that they have an intent to do harm will hopefully choose not to, because we will find you and we will put you behind bars. We will continue to work hard. We will continue to work diligently, and we will continue to work and protect Floridians. Now I want to welcome some of the finest people that I have known to come address you all. First up, Sheriff Grady Judd from Imperial, Polk County.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It is truly my honor to be with you today. Thank you very much for inviting me. And this is the first press conference I've done with Sheriff Rosie.
Yes, it is.
And I can tell you, Miami-Dade, you have one great sheriff.
Amen.
You also have one great CFO. Now, a lot of people think the CFO manages the state's financial business, and they do. As you've heard Blaze talk about today, it goes much, much further than that. We've got to have subject matter experts when it comes to insurance fraud, when it comes to stealing from those of you who need insurance coverage and need to be protected. We need a CFO who looks out for those who buy insurance across the state of Florida, and Blaze does that. You don't think about him having a law enforcement group, but we depend so much on him for his bond techs, for his fire investigators. We also depend upon him for the fraud investigations. It fires me up when I see people ripping off the taxpayers of the state of Florida with fraud. And we saw a lot of that with COVID fraud at the federal level. And we did something about it. And Blaze and his team does something about it. Because, you know, if you're not safe and you don't feel safe, then nothing else matters. And in Florida, we feel safe and we are safe. And that's why crime is low. And Blaze, when you talk about Minnesota and California, I have the answer to that. The politicians in California and Minnesota think more of the criminal violators who violate the sanctity and the innocence of good people, of honest people, of law-abiding people. They think more of the criminals than they do the hardworking men and women who pay taxes and raise their children the right way. That's why crime's up there, and this is why crime's down here. But that doesn't just happen. We have to have the leadership. Governor DeSantis, Blaze, James Uthmeyer, our Attorney General, we all work together. If I have an event where I need help and the tentacles stretch down to Miami-Dade, and it happens often, Rosie's team's there. Blaze's team is there. That's how we work. And that's why the people of Florida are safe. And that's why it's an honor to be with you today, because I see you keeping people safe. I see you putting pressure on insurance companies to keep prices down. But the fraudster is the one that's wreaking havoc on us, and we're not have it here in this state.
Amen.
Sheriff Grady Judd joining the state CFO at this news conference in Doral. We're going to step aside, take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. While we were in break, we heard from Miami-Dade County Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz speak. You are now seeing the Sheriff of Putnam County, Homer Gator Deloach, speaking live right now at this news conference in Doral, talking about law enforcement. And this is the CFO talking about some of the accomplishments of law enforcement across the state over the past year. So let's go ahead and listen back in as we're hearing from several of these sheriffs who have gathered in South Florida for the Florida Sheriff's Association Summer Conference. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Early in the investigation, our detectives developed surveillance video showing the suspect inside the Dollar General immediately before the murder occurred. They also discovered that the suspect had made a purchase using an EBT card. That card had tremendous investigative value, but it also presented a significant challenge to my investigators. Our detectives had done all the work. They secured the video, recognized the importance of that EBT transaction, and understood that it likely held the key to identifying our suspect. The problem wasn't a lack of investigative skill or determination. The problem was the information we needed to identify the purchaser was outside the normal reach of law enforcement because of the after-hours nature of this homicide. For more than a day, our detectives worked every avenue available, but they simply had no mechanism to access the information they need, and quite frankly, they were languishing in this investigation. Recognizing that time was critical and that a dangerous murderer remained at large on our streets, I personally called CFO Blaise Ingoglia. I explained the circumstances to him, the urgency of this investigation, and the obstacle our detectives had encountered. Blaise immediately understood the gravity of this situation. He didn't tell us someone would get back to us. He didn't allow bureaucracy to slow the investigation. He immediately engaged investigators from his Department of Financial Services Criminal Investigation Division and directed them to work directly with the Florida Department of Children and Families to lawfully obtain the information our detectives needed. In less than an hour, that partnership produced almost immediate results. Department of Financial Services investigators located the EBT transaction, confirmed the purchaser's identity, and provided our detectives with the information that positively identified the individuals captured on surveillance as Lamar Beasley, the perpetrator in this brutal homicide. That breakthrough fundamentally changed this investigation. It transformed an unidentified suspect into a named suspect and allowed our detectives to focus every available resources we had on locating and apprehending him. CFO Ingolia's bold and decisive leadership removed a barrier that had frustrated the investigation for more than 24 hours. His willingness to act immediately and his commitment to putting public safety ahead of bureaucracy made a meaningful difference in bringing this case to a successful conclusion. I also want to recognize the outstanding investigators employed by him by the Department of Financial Services and their partners at the Florida Department of Children and Families. Their professionalism, responsiveness, and commitment to helping another law enforcement agency exemplify, in my opinion, the very best of public service. Here's what I really want to highlight. This investigation demonstrates what's possible when local law enforcement, state agencies, and prosecutors work together for a shared purpose. Not one agency alone solved this case. It was solved because dedicated professionals refused to quit, trusted one another, shared resources, and remained singularly focused on one objective: delivering justice for Cheyenne Castens and her family. To CFO Ngolia, thank you for your leadership, your immediate response, and your unwavering commitment to public safety. Your actions and those of your investigators made a real difference in this investigation, and the citizens of Putnam County are safer because of it, and we can't thank you enough.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
A couple of more. First, I want to thank the prosecutors for doing their job very, very well. And look, these guys can only do so much. They can only go out and investigate so much. Our people can go out and investigate so much. But if we don't have willing prosecutors to take these crimes seriously and issue the warrants and the arrest and then do the prosecution, none of it matters. So this is a team effort from all the way from local up to the state, over to the prosecutors and the investigators. It is just really good to know that the state of Florida takes this stuff seriously. But in addition to putting criminals away, in addition to a proactive stance with keeping our community safe, what strong law enforcement does is acts as a deterrent. I know personally of many criminals who have either been in jail or some that have been deported that don't even try to make it back into the state of Florida. They don't want to commit crimes in the state of Florida anymore because they know eventually these guys are going to catch them. And we have heard a lot of stories over the years that say, yep, we're not going to Florida because we're going to get caught in Florida. And that only happens with a strong law enforcement presence. So it's not only doing the work every day to put the criminals in jail, but that strong law enforcement and the seriousness of their commitment to keeping our community safe really prevents a lot of crimes from happening in the first place. So we appreciate all that. With that, more than happy to answer any questions should you have them from the press. Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Sorry.
What outlet are you from?
WPLG.
Got it.
Haitian TPS ended yesterday. Do you have any message to the Haitian people that are in danger of being deported?
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before. I'll continue to say it. The T in TPS stands for temporary, and that's where I stand on the issue.
Okay. Are you doing anything to have been given any instructions to be prepared for mass deportation? Like, do you think that's going to happen?
You would have to define mass deportation. These guys are already, when they're detaining people and finding out that they have warrants and ICE is looking for them, they're already partnering under the 287G program, which is now the gold standard of state-led immigration enforcement in the United States. Nobody comes even close to doing that. So the state of Florida has done their job. We will continue doing their job. But I also want to say this, had this conversation with Sheriff Judd earlier. This is the way immigration enforcement, in my opinion, should happen from now until they actually fix the problem at the federal level. But this only happens in the state of Florida because, and we are leading the nation on this stuff. I want to say the stat was about 40% of all of the deportations in the nation were coming from the state of Florida. We are clearly leading on this issue, so it works. The enormity of the problem with the federal government with having not solved this problem, both Democrats.
State CFO Blaise Ngolia taking some questions right now at this news conference where he's joined by a number of other sheriffs talking about some law enforcement actions over the past year, talking at this Florida Sheriff's Association conference in Doral. We are out of time this hour here on Fox 35 News Plus. If you've been joining us in Tampa, we appreciate it. If you're watching us here in Orlando, stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break here, and then we'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this.
put Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Day. Not quite as rainy and wet as yesterday. We won't have as many clouds either, so that means it's going to be a lot hotter. Yeah, not great. Well, some of us will be able to find relief from the heat from some showers and a couple of downpours, but it's not going to be terribly widespread. We'll have better chances of more widespread rain later on this week, but today specifically, even a 50% chance is pretty optimistic, but it'll be a pretty confined area, which we'll talk about in terms of these showers and storms today. We'll make it to a high of 95. That's a couple degrees above our average high of 92 in Orlando specifically, and we'll see that 40 and 50% chance of rain, but it's the feels like temperature where things really start to come into play and where things honestly just kind of start to hurt. So today we have another heat advisory in place from essentially now until 7 o'clock, 11 a.m. through 7 p.m. That's when we can expect the time frame of the hottest and most uncomfortable temperatures approaching potentially dangerous levels. We've felt this level of heat before, but still you just want to make sure you're being really careful. I know lots of kids are playing sports, getting into the swing of things, going back to school. Maybe you have to work outside, or if you need to get some yard work done, it can be dangerously hot if you're not careful. So that's why we have that heat advisory in place for pretty much points north, Orlando points north. So we're talking Orange County and points north, northern Brevard County. It's really only southern Brevard and Osceola that are not included in this. And that's where we have higher chances of showers and storms today. So kind of coincides, and we'll have more clouds. So not quite reaching that level of heat that can be dangerous at times. But let's talk about future clouds and radar, because we'll start to see a couple of these downpours and thunderstorms getting going by even as early as noon today, but likely closer to say 1 and 2 o'clock. We'll start to see a couple of these lighting up on the radar. Fast forward towards 3, 4, 5 p.m. and you'll still notice the overall trend of a lot of these staying kind of to the south and east of I-4. That's where we're going to have the highest chances of these showers and storms. Doesn't mean others won't form outside of this kind of this area, but it's just going to be where we have the best and highest chances will be south and east of I-4. It does include the Orlando metro. We'll see gusty winds and heavy rain, a lot of lightning associated with these, and they'll kind of wash themselves out, rain themselves out by say 7 to 8 o'clock tonight, and we'll dry things out from there. So not a total washout, even where it will rain today. Clouds though will be in around the area, so that is going to help to cool things off, or I really even shouldn't say cool things off, prevent it from heating up too much more. A brief dip in temperatures is probably a better way to describe it. Now as we head over the next couple of days, we'll see about an increasing chance of showers and storms, yes. Tomorrow though, pretty similar to today in all honesty, still pretty few and far between. It's really by Thursday and Friday it looks like we'll have the better chances of an increase in these showers and storms, at least according to the data we've been looking at so far this morning. So 70% chance Thursday and Friday, maybe even some sneaky showers and storms Thursday morning. I've been seeing that trend so far today, so that'll be something we're watching out for Thursday morning. It won't be the only wave of rain. It's going to be kind of similar all week long, where we'll have kind of these pulses and rounds of showers and storms, most of them during the afternoon, but some of them could linger overnight, or we could see a wave move through that could last into the pre-dawn hours of our Thursday morning. So just a kind of a quick reminder for you there, and an early heads up. It will be heavy and a little more widespread for Thursday and Friday too, and then a 60% chance for Saturday. But this is the rainy season, so this is not too uncommon for us to see this time of year. Important reminder though, again, not everyone's going to see the rain all week long. It's still going to be pretty scattered. If everyone were going to see the rain, we'd call it a 100% chance, and that would be, everyone almost all day long. But that's not going to be the case. There will be still some periods of dry time and sunshine, which is going to also help for things to feel hotter too. It's still going to be hot. When it comes to how much rain, though, we're going to be expecting anywhere from as high as I think 2 to 3 and 4 inches. It's going to be our sweet spot for much of Central Florida. However, areas west of I-75, maybe closer even to the Gainesville area, western Sumter and Marion counties, we'll see maybe closer to 5 or more inches. And this is for the next 7 days. So we will see some beneficial rain. These are areas that still need it in terms of the drought, so that would be some good news too. But if you have outdoor plans, just keep in mind, you'll have to dodge some showers and storms and also the lightning, so be safe. For the tropics, we're still keeping a close eye on things. Things are quiet though, nothing expected over the next 7 days, even though we've got a lot of moisture heading our way. It's just the rest of the ingredients and the atmosphere is just not primed for development at this point. So we'll let you know if there is anything out there, but now is the time to kind of prepare. You don't want to let your guard down, obviously. We're not even at the peak of hurricane season. We haven't even really started to approach it yet either. So still got a little ways to go when it comes to the tropics, but so far, music to our ears. It's what we want to see, a quiet Atlantic and Gulf Basin. But next 7 days features temperatures at normal. That's good. It's still 92 and hot, but normal is good when it comes to Florida this time of year at 92 Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then we'll bounce back to the mid-90s by Sunday, Monday.
Because some of those feels like temperatures are crazy.
Yeah, I can only imagine, like, with you running, do you like suffer through it, or do you kind of time it out, I'm assuming?
I mean, I run in the morning, so like the sun's not as strong, but you still have that humidity, so it's just rough this time of year, no matter when you do it. There's really no like
easy way around it.
Best time. It's just if I can do it when it's not quite as sunny, I don't have that beaming down on me as hard, then I'll take the humidity, because you're not getting a perfect setup at any point this time of year.
No, I think about that, because sometimes even just walking outside, it's like immediate sweat. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm not even exercising. Like, I'm not even doing anything. I'm just outside. Yeah. But it is that time of year, so
I just lower my expectations.
There you go.
And head out the door. That's
there you go. That's what we can all do, I think, with this heat.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson, thanks for joining us. We are continuing to track breaking news out of Apopka this afternoon, giving you a live look right now in the parking lot of the Home Depot on West Orange Blossom Trail there, and you can see just what looks like a maze of crime scene tape. There you see police line, do not cross, from tree to stop sign, all across that area. And bear with us, this is a raw footage being fed back from our crew on the scene. And so it looks like they're kind of relocating, getting in another spot there. There's still a lot we don't know right now about this situation. I can tell you that in just the past few minutes, we have seen a number of police officers, including still some that were just arriving on the scene just in the past few moments. A large crowd of what appears to be Home Depot employees who have been standing outside. You can identify them by their aprons, those orange aprons that you certainly see many of them wearing or carrying. They have been standing outside, kind of gathered in one part of the parking lot. It appeared that perhaps the building had been evacuated. We don't have official word of that from police, but with them outside and now heading inside, it appears that may have been the case there. Again, you see another police officer kind of standing by. So what we know was that just before 11 o'clock, Apopka police were asking folks to avoid that area, to avoid that store specifically, because of what they called an active investigation of a shooting. And we don't have any other details about what may have happened beyond that, other than the fact that police say all suspects are detained and there is no threat to the public. So all suspects are detained. It certainly makes it sound like there may have been a couple of, at least a couple of folks involved, and that they were taken into custody. We don't know anything more about that and who may have been involved, what may have led up to this. As you see, police still on the scene right now and still investigating this. We talked about the crime scene tape that you see all around that parking lot. We should point out that it's not just the Home Depot there are a number of other kind of businesses in this area as well, a couple of restaurants, a couple of other shops as well. And so this is something that is certainly getting a lot of attention and folks, potentially some impact as well on this now noon hour on this Tuesday, as folks may be heading out on their lunch breaks and kind of seeing all of this going on. Again, just to give you an idea of all of that crime scene tape all throughout this area. We don't know how large the actual crime scene might be or where this incident, whatever it may have been, took place. We, again, don't know if it may have been in that parking lot, if it may have been near that building, if it may have been on the backside of that, inside. There's a lot we don't know right now. We're trying to learn some more. It looks like my live picture there may have frozen, so if it goes black here in just a moment, bear with us. But we've been just watching these live images as police are still on the scene. You can also see, and have also seen, police talking to just a number of people in normal clothes who appear to be maybe bystanders, potential witnesses who may still be on that scene as well, and may be able to provide some sort of information. So we're continuing to follow up on this, trying to learn some new details. Fox 35's Marie Edinger is out at that scene, working to get some information. We're going to stand by for new details, maybe an update, briefing from Apopka Police. It's something that is developing stories still at this hour. The first reports of this came in, again, just a little bit before 11. We brought that to you as breaking news right off the top of Fox 35 News Plus as we got that information, and still a lot of questions about that situation and that investigation. So we'll keep following up on that, and we'll bring you new details as we get them. Right now, though, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, happening right now in Tallahassee. That is a look at James Fishback, who is a Republican candidate for governor, speaking right now the day after a judge in Leon County decided that Fishback could stay on the ballot, that he would not kick him off the ballot despite the lawsuit and the challenge from another Republican candidate, that would be Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, saying that he does not qualify, is not a Florida resident because of his previous residency in Washington, D.C. And so Fishback responding to that. And let's go ahead and listen in live as he speaks in response to the judge's decision.
And I'm grateful for the court quickly and decisively determining it. To cite directly from Judge Frank's 25-page order, although the plaintiff, Jay Collins, had the burden to prove the defendant's non-residency, he, quote, presented no evidence, no witnesses to testify that the defendant ever said anything at any point to the contrary. He furthered, the only state in which the defendant, Fishback, registered a vehicle was Florida. The only state in which he had automobile insurance was Florida. The only driver's license obtained was from Florida. The only telephone number the defendant obtained and used was an area code from Florida. Jay Collins knew this. Jay Collins knew this for months because his campaign and others had reached out about it, and we provided everything that they needed, but it wasn't enough for them because this was not about election integrity. This was about rigging an election against a surging campaign in the final weeks before the election day on August 18th. With all due respect to Jay Collins, and I called him on my drive over here because I believe in giving people a heads up. Jay Collins, as the 21st Lieutenant Governor of Florida, abused his office. He abused his position. He abused his appointment from Governor DeSantis. He abused the public trust. He wasted the court's time with a frivolous lawsuit, a lawsuit that Judge Franks said there was, quote, no evidence presented by the plaintiff and no witnesses to testify that the defendant had said anything to the contrary. Today, I, James Fishback, a fourth-generation Floridian, actually from here, born and raised, after reviewing this case, after reviewing this judge's 25-page scathing order against Jay Collins' frivolous attempt to remove my name from the ballot, I am calling on Jay Collins to resign from the lieutenant governorship effective immediately. Jay, I respect your service to this country, 23 years in the United States Army. Thank you for that. But I have to be honest with you. You wasted the court's time. That's not me saying it. The court said it. You wasted the public's attention. And most importantly, you wasted and abused taxpayer money. Jay Collins, in the last 3 weeks, has taken $118,000 from Florida taxpayers to fund his political campaign. His salary as lieutenant governor is funded by Florida taxpayers up and down this state. And he used his money, his energy, his office, and his taxpayer-funded campaign to sue a fourth-generation Floridian in an attempt to rig this election. It is disgraceful. It is un-American, because since our nation's founding 250 years ago, we've all believed in this radical concept that the men and women of the United States decide and elect the men and women who serve them. Jay Collins has not served the people of Florida. Jay Collins served himself. He used taxpayer money in a taxpayer-funded office to sue a fourth-generation Floridian off of your ballot, and it failed. It failed because he lied. He pursued a frivolous lawsuit from the outset, and it's time for Jay Collins to do the right thing, and that is to resign the lieutenant governorship effective immediately. Over the next 21 days, my campaign has 107 events on the calendar. We are the only campaign in Florida history that has met voters in all 67 counties. Not just the big ones like the one that I grew up in, Broward, or the one my wife grew up in, Miami-Dade, but the small ones like Lafayette, Dixie, Baker, and Bradford. We are crisscrossing the state once again in a final push. Every poll has us in second place, but if the polls have you in second nowadays, ask President Trump, that really means that you're in first. In the next 21 days, we will pull off a historic upset, and we will do it by telling the truth. The truth is, I am the only candidate for governor who will stop the data center invasion, who will block flock cameras that are cropping up on all corners of the state, who will fight the greedy property developers that are trying to pave over the Florida that we love, who will eliminate property taxes while protecting essential government services like fire, police, first responders, and education. And I'm the only candidate who's going to bring down your property insurance and auto insurance bill. I want to be up front with everybody. I've been up front since the beginning of this race. I have no political experience. If you want political experience, go to Byron Donalds. He's been in office for over a decade. I'm a businessman. I was born and raised in Davie, Florida, to a working-class family. The proud son of an immigrant mom who came here from South America in the midst of a civil war in Colombia. I've seen this state up close, and I've seen what makes this state tick. I've said from the very beginning that if Ron DeSantis could run for a third term, I would not be in this race because Ron DeSantis is the greatest governor in Florida history. And I'm running to do two things: to preserve his extraordinary wins for the great state of Florida and to make our state affordable again. On August 18th, as Judge Frank said, the voters of Florida will decide who our next governor is, not a politician trying to abuse his office, abuse the courts, waste their time, and waste your money. Jay Collins, give back the $118,000 you took from Florida taxpayers, a big chunk of which you used to file this frivolous lawsuit that the court called frivolous, and resign the lieutenant governorship immediately. This is about something more than politics. This is about a nation, a republic, and in our constitutional republic, the people decide who serves them. Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions.
Recent polling indicates that it's you and Jay kind of neck and neck, but Byron way out in front. Is it really a good use of time to go after Jay right now? Should you be going after Byron?
I'm not going after anybody. What I'm doing is I'm telling the truth. The court went after Jay with its 25-page order yesterday, saying that there was no evidence presented. That means the court called it a frivolous lawsuit. The court could have been doing other things with that time. I could have been doing other things with that time. My dad, my team, my family could have been doing other things at that time. But most importantly, the $118,000 that Lieutenant Governor Collins used to file this lawsuit came from Florida taxpayers. They could have used that money for other purposes. I cannot live with the fact that 413 Florida residents will be evicted from their homes today, and Jay Collins took taxpayer money to sue me off your ballot. I cannot live with the fact that 2,300 veterans of the United States military will sleep on our streets tonight knowing that Jay Collins took $118,000 of taxpayer money to try to sue me off your ballot. And so this race has never been about me or Byron. It has been about Florida voters. And Florida voters need to know that I am the only candidate that will stop the data center they're trying to build in your neighborhood, who will eliminate your property tax bill once and for all, while also protecting the essential services that we rely on. I've made it clear since day one, this campaign will be a friend of law enforcement, of corrections officers, of fire, of first responders, of paramedics, and of local government workers who are working hard. We're going to eliminate property taxes, and we're going to protect local government that works smart for the taxpayers.
Does this actually strengthen Donald's hand because now instead of two candidates, he's facing three alternatives?
No, it doesn't. What would strengthen Donald's hand if he actually debated? Governor DeSantis debated in 2018. President Trump debated 11 times in 2016. Byron Donalds is applying for a job, no different than the job that I applied to at the Aventura Mall in Miami-Dade County. I took 2 buses to go to it from high school during my summer. And they called me up. They said, "James, we love what you say, but come on down for an interview." And I said, "Absolutely." Because there's one thing to say your resume, it's another thing to show up and take tough questions. I've shown up for job interviews my entire life, and the voters of Florida want Byron Donalds to show up for an interview. Patrick Bet-David put on an extraordinary debate last month. The official post-debate poll had our campaign winning with 79% of Florida voters. And now Patrick Bet-David, I spoke to him last night, he has offered to host Byron Donalds and me as the 2 leading candidates for Florida governor for a debate. I accept anytime, anywhere. I will be there to debate, not against Byron. I'm not debating against anybody. I'm debating for the voters of Florida. The young mom in Jacksonville who's wondering how she's going to pay the rent, she deserves to see me and Byron on that stage. The World War II vet who lives in the villages struggling to pay their property tax bill, they deserve to know who is going to be on that stage and who has the better plan for them. The people up and down our state who are just trying to make Florida work for them, they want to see Congressman Donalds and I on that stage. I've said from the very beginning, I respect Congressman Donalds, and I respect him enough to want to be on that debate stage with him to answer tough questions in front of Florida voters.
James, I'm asking this because you're calling for the lieutenant governor to resign. How can you call this an illegitimate lawsuit? I don't want to put words in your mouth. An illegitimate lawsuit when indeed you purchased a home in D.C., you enjoyed a homestead exemption, and you also registered and voted in D.C. as well. Were there smoke? I'm not, look, the court side with you, obviously. I'm not saying they're wrong. But those are indeed major factors that would raise questions about your residency.
Quote, although the plaintiff, Jay Collins, had the burden to prove the defendant's non-residency, he presented no direct evidence. That's the judge. That is a judge who served in the United States military as a Green Beret in the Central Intelligence Agency who was elected in the 2nd Judicial Circuit here in Florida. He has issued his final order declaring that I am an eligible candidate. It turns out when you're born, raised, and live in Florida your entire life, when you know the state like the back of your hand, you shouldn't be taking insults and frivolous lawsuits from a Montana man who moved here in 2019, hired Nikki Haley's lawyers from California, used the taxpayer money from the voters of Florida to sue a 4th-generation Floridian off the ballot. This was a frivolous lawsuit. Judge Frank, in his 25-page order, which was scathing against the Collins attempt to remove us from the ballot, made it very clear that it was frivolous.
The judge also noted that you might face penalties for the mortgage issue and the voting issue in D.C. district. Do you have any concerns that might happen?
He didn't actually say that. What he said is that he admitted to things that someone in D.C. could look at and say there could be a regulatory inconsistency. The judge never said what you're describing. The judge was asked to very clearly adjudicate on one issue alone, and that is James Thomas Fishback, born January 1st, 1995 in Pembroke Pines, Florida, went to Flamingo Elementary in Davie, Florida, Indian Ridge Middle School in Davie, Florida, Boyd H. Anderson in Lauderdale Lakes, Florida, lived here my entire life, is James Fishback a Florida resident? And Judge Frank, the court, resoundingly declared that I am and rejected this frivolous, silly, and disgraceful attempt to disenfranchise hundreds of thousands of Florida voters.
There's an article in the Tallahassee Democrat yesterday that made an allegation that Governor DeSantis had recruited you to run. Is that true?
I think Governor DeSantis is the greatest governor in Florida history, and I would be honored to earn his and Casey DeSantis' vote on August 18th.
What do you make of the DeSantis administration, well, at least the DeSantis family themselves, sticking out of the race? I mean, he's been here 8 years. There's obviously a legacy to him and something he'll pass on, and yet he's not weighed in this at all.
At all. He said the moment Byron Donalds ran in February of 2025 that Byron has not been a part of the wins. When Paul Renner declared in September of 2025, he said that it would be ill-advised for Paul to jump into this race. He hasn't been seen in the same room with Jay Collins in 8 months and has consistently refused to endorse the guy that he hired last August. And so the governor of Florida has made very clear where he is in this race. He does not want Byron. He said that Paul was ill-advised to get into this race, and he has refused to endorse his own lieutenant governor. I think the governor's words and actions speak for themselves, and I look forward to earning his vote in 21 days.
So do you, with respect, sir, do you anticipate the governor's silence on this issue, non-endorsement, is an endorsement for you?
He has not been silent on the issue. He said he does not want to see Byron Donalds as governor. He said that Byron has not been a part of the wins here in Florida. He's right, he hasn't. He said that Paul Renner, who's a good man, was ill-advised for him to join the race, and he's refused to endorse the guy that he hired to be lieutenant governor last year. The governor has been anything but silent. The governor has made very clear who he does not want to be the governor, and I have made clear that since day one, I am working to earn the trust of every Florida voter, and yes, that includes Governor DeSantis and the First Lady. They have been excellent, and I would be honored to continue their hard work as Florida's 47th governor.
I mean, it's safe to assume you think you're going to win the nomination. But if not, have you given any thought to endorsements? It sounds like you won't be endorsing Jay Collins.
Jay Collins will be resigning within 24 hours of this press conference because $118,000 of taxpayer money went missing to fund his political operation, a large chunk of which was filed with this frivolous lawsuit. And so, again, I repeat the words of Judge Frank. Plaintiff, Jay Collins, presented no direct evidence. Well, that's interesting. No direct evidence. Why was there a hearing? Why was there all this money spent? Why did he hire some of the most expensive lawyers, not even from Florida, from California? I mean, Florida lawyers could have used that work. I'm always going to be a friend of Florida attorneys and the Florida Bar Association. He hired California lawyers, who, by the way, worked for Nikki Haley, who was very, very dishonest against Governor DeSantis when he ran for president in 2024. He hired them to file this frivolous lawsuit. The court said it was frivolous. The court said there was no evidence. The court said I was right, and I have been all along. And so I look forward to winning the nomination on August 18th, keeping Florida in good conservative hands, and we're going to write the next great chapter of American history right here in the Sunshine State.
So Jay would not get an endorsement?
Jay is not going to be the nominee, so. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
That was James Fishback speaking in Tallahassee at this news conference where he was responding to the judge's decision to keep him on the ballot, to essentially throw out the lawsuit and the challenge that the Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins had filed against Fishback over his residency and questions over whether he was eligible to be a candidate for governor in the first place. Strong words from James Fishback in that news conference, as you might imagine and might expect, calling for the Lieutenant Governor to resign, saying that he abused his office, wasted the time and the resources of the public in filing what he called a frivolous lawsuit here, and again calling on Collins to resign. He also said that he called Jay Collins before this news conference to let him know that some of the allegations he was going to make and some of the things that he was going to say there as well. I should note that we're reaching out for comment from the Lieutenant Governor's gubernatorial campaign as well. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, giving you a live look right now outside the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C., where in about an hour and a half from now, the funeral services for Lindsey Graham will continue. The president is among those expected to speak at that ceremony, and as are a number of other leaders, including world leaders, who are going to be there in attendance, including Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, expected to attend at that ceremony as well. So we'll be monitoring that. You can see some folks arriving at the cathedral as we speak. And again, that's set to begin around 2 o'clock. We will have more on that coming up in a little bit. We'll be monitoring that specifically for President Trump's remarks. You will be able to watch more coverage of that as well on live now. So we are watching that, and we'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. A couple of other things we are monitoring today, a little bit closer to home today, the trial for Anas Muhammad in Osceola County. We listened in, or at least I gave you a live look yesterday at some of the jury selection that was going on. Today, opening statements began in that trial. Again, this is the man accused of stabbing a 16-year-old outside an apartment complex while she was leaving her home for school. This happened in November of 2022. 16-year-old Paula Pagan was stabbed and ended up dying, and investigators arrested Anas Mohammed. He was 17 years old at the time, has been charged as an adult with first-degree murder. Obviously, this was several years ago. He is now an adult anyway. Yesterday in court was jury selection. A judge also denied a defense motion. They were hoping that Mohammed wouldn't have to sit at the defendant's table with handcuffs, but the judge denied that motion. We should also note that the defense actually rejected a plea deal. The prosecution had offered 40 years behind bars for Mohammed in exchange for pleading guilty to this, rejected that plea deal, and so the trial continues. They're in a lunch break right now, expected to come back around 1 o'clock. But I want to play for you some of the opening statements, brief opening statements from the defense and prosecution in court earlier today.
You're going to have the opportunity to hear from crime scene techs who were on scene, they collected evidence. That's going to give you a good understanding of where this occurred. Based on what they collected, what they documented, you're going to see that there's a blood trail that goes back into her apartment. You're going to see that at the end of this blood trail, she lays in her mother's room. And that's where you're going to hear from her brother, who will tell you that he woke up and screamed, ran out there, and found his sister laying, still alive, unable to speak. There's going to be clear evidence. There's going to be evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the person who committed this homicide is a Nazi. I'm going to describe to you now and go more in depth through my closing argument when I come back for you at the end of this trial. When we talk about in jury selection how the charge is broken down into elements. In this case, there's going to be 3 elements. Number 1 is that the victim is dead. So we will prove to you that the victim in this case is Paula Nicole Pagan. Medical examiner is going to prove to you, show you the photos and his testimony and expertise that in fact she is dead. The second is that she is dead by the criminal act of the defendant. When we talk about a criminal act, you're going to find that we're talking about simple acts. We're talking when there's a homicide with a firearm, the act is just this. It's the pulling of that trigger with no lawful justification. This is not a complicated thing that we call a criminal act. You pull a trigger pointed at somebody with no lawful justification. That's a criminal act. And in this case, the holding of a knife and stabbing at somebody's body dozens of times is a criminal act. I want you to pay close attention to the thoughts of that. And finally, the first-degree murder, the state has proved that this is a premeditated murder. Now, premeditation is an act of the mind. It's something that we can prove through circumstantial evidence. It's something that you're going to be able to see when the state shows you that the defendant was waiting for her. The defendant knew her ahead of time, knew that she would be going to school. It chose her as his victim. When the state has met all of those elements, at the end of this case, I'm going to come back before you guys close the argument. We're going to go through in depth each and every element and how the facts of this case meet those elements. And at that time, I'm going to ask that you find them.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I know yesterday you didn't get a chance to hear from me, but as my co-counsel, Ms. Smith, told you, my name is Tiana Caraballo, and Ms. Smith and I are standing here representing Mr. Mohammed. We talked a lot yesterday about these constitutional principles, and you all took an oath to uphold those constitutional principles. And we discussed ad nauseum what that burden of proof was. And Ms. Smith described that as this huge boulder that starts at that side of the room and has to be brought all the way over into your jury box. And it's your job to uphold the state and ensure that they meet that burden. And that burden is going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to prove each of those elements that they've come up here and described to you beyond a reasonable doubt through the evidence. You're going to hear testimony, you'll see physical evidence. But what you have to do is look for that reasonable doubt. And where you can find that is going to be in 3 different places. One is going to be within the evidence that is presented to you. One is going to be within the conflicts of the evidence that is presented when things just don't make sense. And the third, most importantly, is going to be within the lack of evidence. What you don't hear, what you don't see, what simply just doesn't make sense. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, after careful consideration of everything that's brought before you, hold the state's effort, uphold the oath that you took. And when you come back and you use your common sense after going back into that jury room, return the only verdict that you should, which is not guilty.
So again, brief opening statements in the Anas Mohammed trial that is now underway. They are taking a lunch break and again are expected to resume around 1 o'clock. He is charged with first-degree murder in the death of that 16-year-old who was stabbed back in November of 2022. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We have much more to get to over the next little bit, including an update from Daytona Beach Police in about 20 minutes, where they're going to give us the latest about this investigation after a homicide suspect took off from them yesterday, ended up crashing into a pond after a multi-county chase. We're going to get the latest on that homicide investigation out of Daytona Beach coming up around 1 o'clock, so about 20 minutes from now. So don't go anywhere. We've got much more to come here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. So we've talked a little bit about how the Florida Sheriff's Association is down in South Florida right now at the Trump National Golf Club there in Doral, and they've been hearing from a number of speakers over the past couple of days. Yesterday we had Ashley Moody, who was speaking live to that group. The governor expected to speak to them today. We heard from the CFO, the state CFO, Blaise Ngolia, who held a news conference joined by a couple of the sheriffs. Attorney General James Othmeyer was also at that event, spoke to the group there, also held a news conference where he was joined by a number of sheriffs, including from several in our area: Marion County Sheriff Billy Woods, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. We saw Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey there, as well as several others, as they announced their endorsement of James Othmeyer in his bid for another term as Attorney General. His first bid for election in that role, but looking to serve more time in that. So I want to play for you, as we heard from the several sheriffs speaking at that news conference just a little bit ago in South Florida.
And I'll start off by saying this. You know, the state of Florida has been blessed throughout the years to have attorney generals to the level in which we've had. And General Wymer is no exception. He has stepped up the plate and the role. He prosecutes where it needs to be. He stands behind his sheriffs. He stands behind law enforcement. He believes in putting the bad guys in jail and holding them accountable. Although it's been a short period of time, he and I have become friends. I've come to greatly respect him. And I'm here to tell you what makes the state of Florida successful in our judicial system is the partnerships in which we have. Those partnerships start with us in law enforcement. It goes to our prosecutors, it goes to our judges, but it doesn't just stop there. It goes all the way to our Attorney General. And because of our Attorney General and his actions, his stance is what keeps us safe in the state of Florida, along with all of us that are standing up here. And that's why I'm here to tell each and every one of you, I am proud as a sheriff of Marion County to give my endorsement for General Wymer. And I'm not going to take up all the time. I'm going to allow a couple of my other sheriffs to speak. So the first one I'm going to ask to come up is Sheriff Gualtieri.
Thank you, Sheriff Woods. Put it quite simply, it matters who the Attorney General is in the state of Florida. We need an Attorney General that is upfront, that is going to uphold the rule of law, going to support law enforcement, but importantly also support everyday citizens as they go about their work. The work that's done in the Attorney General's office is multifaceted. Everything from citizen and consumer services to victims' rights, and importantly for us, through the Office of Statewide Prosecution, making sure that all the resources of the state are put forth to put the bad guys in jail. And some of those really, really important statewide issues involve drugs, involve child sexual predators, involving people that are involved in child pornography, dealing with kids with guns and juvenile crime, while at the same time balancing out and maintaining everyone's constitutional rights. I don't think there's anybody that's a stronger supporter of Second Amendment rights than General Wymer, but also at the same time recognizing that we have to balance it and we have to use common sense to also make sure that we have the tools to keep Florida safe. So I'm very, very proud to endorse General Wymer because who the Attorney General is in the state of Florida matters. He is the qualified candidate. There's nobody better to be the Attorney General of the state of Florida than James Wymer. Thank you.
I must agree. Thank you, Sheriff Gualtieri. Now I ask Sheriff Lima.
Thank you so much, Sheriff Woods, and I am pleased to join you in support of Attorney General James Wymer, a leader who has demonstrated a strong commitment to protecting Florida's families and upholding the rule of law. As Sheriff of Seminole County, I have the privilege of working alongside law enforcement leaders and partners at every single level, local, state, and federal. And one thing that I've learned is that public safety is strongest when those partnerships are built upon trust, communication, and a shared commitment to enforcing the law. That is especially true when it comes to the relationship between Florida sheriffs and our Attorney General. That's why I and my fellow sheriffs are here today. The Office of Attorney General plays a unique role in Florida. As our chief law enforcement officer of the state, it is the most important public safety partners that we have protecting our citizens. Human trafficking, child exploitation, organized retail theft, cybercrime, and of course, drug trafficking are incredibly important. These are sophisticated criminal enterprises that require coordination across jurisdictions and agencies. They require an Attorney General who is willing to bring people together, support law enforcement, and aggressively pursue those who prey on others. Since taking office, James has backed up that commitment with action every single time. Through the Office of Statewide Prosecution, his administration has significantly increased criminal filings and sentences for serious offenders. His office has also expanded efforts against child predators, human traffickers, dismantled organized criminal enterprises, and supported major narcotics investigations throughout our state. Those are not just statistics. They represent victims who have received justice, dangerous offenders who have been removed from our communities, and stronger partnerships with local law enforcement officials. In Seminole County, we've also worked hard to build a collaborative response that brings together law enforcement, healthcare providers, treatment professionals, educators, community organizations, and of course, families. That work has also allowed me to serve as the Attorney General's Delegate Chair on Florida's statewide council on opioid abatement, something he is incredibly focused on. Working beside the Attorney General has given me the opportunity to see his leadership firsthand. He understands that the opioid epidemic is both a public safety crisis and a public health crisis. He recognizes that prevention, treatment, recovery, and enforcement are not competing priorities. They are all essential if we're going to save lives across the state. And at the same time, he has never lost sight on the fact that the people who are trafficking in fentanyl and other dangerous narcotics are criminals who deserve to be held accountable to the fullest extent. Under his leadership, the Attorney General's office has supported major narcotics investigations, strengthened statewide prosecutions, and made it clear that those who profit from addiction will face serious consequences in this state. Florida has an Attorney General who understands the challenges that we are facing, who is willing to bring agencies together, and who gives law enforcement the support needed to dismantle the criminal organizations who are responsible for bringing this poison into our communities. I've seen this Attorney General do exactly that time and time again. I believe Attorney General James Othmeyer has demonstrated that commitment, and that's why I am proud to support him as Florida's Attorney General.
Thank you, Sheriff Lima. I will now ask Sheriff Judd.
Thank you, Sheriff. My relationship with the General goes back before he was the Attorney General. He was Chief of Staff for Governor DeSantis, and we had a significant issue. I went to Tallahassee and I called up. I said, Chief, we need to talk. We really have a significant issue that affects the Florida sheriffs, that affects the safety and security of the people of the state of Florida. He said, come up immediately. Was no, I'll calendar you in a week or two, or can we handle this on the phone? Come up immediately. After we went over the issue, he looked me in the eye, shook my hand, and said, give me 2 weeks and I will resolve this and we'll make the people of the state of Florida safer. We'll resolve the issue that the sheriffs have. What I saw was immediate, real leadership to just do the right thing. So whenever he was appointed as our Attorney General, there was no doubt in my mind that James Othmeyer is simply the very best for the job. I made that not on politics, but on action, on accountability. Because you see, in the state of Florida, if you're not safe and you don't feel safe, then nothing else matters. But we're safe and we feel safe in the state of Florida. But why can we as sheriffs do what we do? It's because of our Attorney General. It's because of James Othmeyer. It's because he cares about your children and he wants them to be safe from sexual predators. He cares about your community, and he wants you to be safe and wants our retail and our establishments to be safe from organized retail crime. There has not been one occasion, not one time, when we turned to the Attorney General, to James Othmeyer, and said, we need help, we need statewide prosecution, we need a wiretap, these are really bad guys that the general hasn't immediately taken their leadership role to provide that. That's what I look for. So think about it. When you vote for Attorney General James Othmeyer, or when you're going to vote for an Attorney General, do you want a real leader? Of course. Do you want one that cares about your children and protects them from sexual predators? Of course. Do you want one that makes Florida better? Of course. That's why I have endorsed and fully support James Othmeyer as not only our current Attorney General, but our Attorney General for the next 4 years.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff Judd. Now I'll ask Sheriff T.K. Waters.
Good morning. As far as sheriffs, our number one priority is keeping our communities safe. And that's why I'm proud to support and endorse Attorney General James Othmeyer. Since taking office, he's made public safety his mission by helping arrest more than 1,700 child predators and rescuing over 300 missing endangered children and dramatically increasing the prosecution of violent criminals. When a Jacksonville resident recently fell victim to a sophisticated fraud scheme, Attorney General Othmeyer's office worked tirelessly with our detectives to help recover more than $700,000 in return to that victim. That same results-driven approach has fueled his aggressive efforts to dismantle human trafficking networks, prosecute fentanyl dealers, and target the criminal organizations that threaten our communities. James Othmeyer doesn't just talk about supporting law enforcement, he delivers results. Florida is safer because of his leadership, and I'm proud to stand with him and endorse him as he continues fighting for our families, our officers, and the rule of law in all of our communities. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Sheriff Waters. Now I'll ask Sheriff Wayne Ivey.
Good morning. I'm not only proud to stand here and endorse our Attorney General, James Othmeyer, but I'm also proud to stand here with the men and women that collectively stand behind me. There are sheriffs that have dedicated their lives to protecting the state of Florida. There are sheriffs that have dedicated their lives to protecting what I call the 3 C's, our citizens, our cops, and our Constitution. What you see standing here supporting our Attorney General is not just a show of unity, it is a show of strength. A show of strength by those that go out each and every day to protect their communities. It's said that past performance predicts performance. That's just all you got to know to support, to want to have James Othmeyer as our Attorney General. From the time that we all engaged with him as the Chief of Staff for Governor DeSantis, he was getting us the tools we needed. He was getting us and helping pass the laws we needed to protect our citizens. He was listening to us. He wasn't always agreeing with us, because that's not what we want any of our leaders to do. But he was standing with us to make sure that we had everything we needed. And when he couldn't get it for us, he was articulating to us why. Like I said, what you see here is a collective group of men and women from all different types of geography across this state that all agree on one thing. James Othmeyer is the right person to have as our Attorney General. He's the right person to make sure that moving forward, Florida is the safest state, continues to be the safest state in the country. He's also the person to make sure that Florida continues to be the model for other states to follow, and he has demonstrated that time and time again. He's not just in Tallahassee. He's out in the field with us. He's out there with us as we and our teams are working on different initiatives. He's making sure that the Office of Statewide Prosecution is prosecuting the right cases and moving them at the right path and the right pace. That's what we need. We need him to continue serving in this capacity. We need him to continue being our partner. And I think everybody standing here would agree. He has been our partner from the very beginning, and we need him to continue being our partner. So we are all proudly endorsing him. We are all proudly supporting him, and we are urging everybody to make sure that he stays the Attorney General of the state of Florida.
Number of sheriffs speaking there at that news conference earlier today. Let me give you a live look right now, Daytona Beach Police Department, where we expect an update any minute now from police on the situation, the investigation into a homicide, the suspect accused of leading police on a chase before crashing into a pond and being found dead after that incident. Detectives still not sure how he died, but was found dead in the car. We're expecting to hear from Chief Jakari Young with the Daytona Beach Police Department. Right now, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, giving you a live look at Daytona Beach Police Department, where we are expecting a update any minute now from the Daytona Beach Police Chief, talking about a homicide investigation that happened in Daytona Beach. This was some big breaking news yesterday, where a homicide suspect from Daytona Beach was found dead after crashing into a pond in Titusville. So it was a multi-county chase. Where again there was the search for this suspect was being chased by police. License plate readers ended up kind of picking up and hitting on that car, but they say the suspect ended up crashing into a pond. The suspect found dead. Still a lot of questions about the investigation, and so we are hoping for an update any minute now from police about that investigation and where things stand with that homicide. So we also have an update for you from the Apopka Police Department about the shooting at Home Depot earlier today. The breaking news that we have been following. Going to give you this is some of the video that was fed back into our newsroom earlier today. We took this live and talked about it for a little bit, as well as we were kind of watching this scene develop. We now have an update from Apopka Police telling us a little bit more about this situation. As you see some of the video outside that parking lot that was really just wrapped in crime scene tape for a while. So Apopka Police now saying at 10:22 a.m., Apopka police officers responded to a call for service at 1670 West Orange Blossom Trail. That's the Home Depot, as we talked about, for a shooting. The male has been transported to the hospital for a gunshot wound. So a man taken to the hospital after being shot. Now, there are still questions about what exactly happened, but detectives say they are investigating this as a potential road rage incident. They say the suspect is in custody. There is no ongoing threat to the public. And so it certainly seems like that is something that may have spilled over into that parking lot, and that would explain why we saw so much crime scene tape all around the parking lot of that plaza, which, as we talked about, has several businesses, obviously the Home Depot there, a couple of other businesses and restaurants as well, kind of in that same area. So a large crime scene, as you see from this video, but detectives now investigating that shooting as a potential road rage incident. So still no indication, no release yet at this point of the names of the victim or of the suspect. Now, we don't know the condition of the victim either, I should say, or what charges the suspect may be facing in this. So still some things that we don't know right now. The investigation's still active and ongoing, according to police in Apopka, but the update this afternoon, they are investigating that shooting as a road rage incident. So we're still standing by now for this news conference in Daytona Beach, hoping for an update on the homicide investigation there. While we are waiting on that to begin, we are going to step aside, take another quick break right here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back. All right, here is Daytona Beach Police Chief Jakari Young stepping up to the podium right now. Let's go ahead and listen in as we get an update on the homicide there.
Molly, how much longer?
17 weeks.
Wow.
We're almost goes by fast.
Yes, it does.
2 hours, 27 minutes.
It does.
Counting it down. This one is going faster than the first. It is.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving Day, better be out of here. Did you find out later with this one? No. What? You found out early. I know.
So some the chief seems to be just speaking with some of the folks, reporters and others who have gathered there. It appears now we were about to hear an update on the homicide yesterday that ended with a suspect dead. Let's listen in.
Tragic incident that occurred last night down in Titusville, where a homicide suspect from Daytona Beach fled down to Titusville and ultimately took his own life inside of a vehicle. So my goal this afternoon is to start from the beginning and tell you exactly what happened, as well as fill in the blanks. This is an extremely tragic incident that occurred, and my heart goes out to the Jacqueline Reyes family, and specifically their 3 sons, because it was actually one of the sons that called this in. So the Daytona Beach Police Department received the call of a shooting at 6:08 p.m. That call came in from the victim's son, and he stated on that call that his mother had just been shot by their father. This is a couple that were separated, and she actually moved to Daytona Beach about a year ago to separate from him, to get away from him. So we responded to 138 Rena Drive, which is a fairly new townhome. It's the Laurel Dunes townhomes off of Clyde Morris Boulevard. We responded to that report that a female had been shot. Once we made entry into the home, we did locate her deceased inside of that home. There was a couple witnesses there that were neighbors that actually saw the suspect flee the scene. He left in his silver Camry and fled down to Titusville, where a chase ensued, and he ended up taking his own life. So just to give you a little bit more of the backstory, like I already stated, they were estranged. And from what we're being told, the husband was trying to get her back. And then on yesterday, he found out that she had moved on and was dating new people, which infuriated him. So essentially, he responded to the residents, forced his way into the back door, and executed her. Based on what we can see, he intended to also kill himself right there in that townhome, but the gun malfunctioned. So he fled the house and ended up down in Titusville, where this ended. So again, this is a very tragic incident. My heart goes out to the 3 sons that they have that basically lost both parents within a 2-hour time span. I want to also give, recognition to the other law enforcement agencies for their collaboration and cooperation, because it's all about effective communication and teamwork, which is how we were able to, get this thing wrapped up. So essentially, this is a murder-suicide, and it should have all been in Daytona Beach, but the gun malfunctioned, which is what allowed him to flee down to the Titusville area. I looked up prior calls, and there was one prior call at that address back in December of 2025, where the same suspect burglarized that townhome while the victim was out of town. He basically burglarized it, bleached some of her clothes, and then left the scene. So this has been going on for quite some time, and then yesterday it just came to a tragic end. So that being the case, I will now take a few questions.
Did he use the same gun?
Yes, we believe it is the same gun that they recovered down in Titusville, and everything matches up as far as shell casings from the residents, from the townhome.
How do you guys know it malfunctioned?
Because we can see that part on video. Obviously, we're not able to release that, but we were clearly able to see that based on some of the camera footage from inside of the residence. So he definitely made an attempt to take his own life. For whatever reason, that gun malfunctioned, which is why he fled and ended up down in Titusville.
Was he from the area where he finally ended?
I believe he's from St. Cloud, so I'm not sure why he ended up in Titusville.
So for her, it was just one gunshot.
I think there was at least 2 gunshots. And then the other thing, I know you guys have requested the report. We will get that to you as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the CAD system went down. I think it's being updated. So as soon as that comes back up and it's available, I have my PIO send you guys all of that information as far as the documents and the reports.
Chief, you mentioned an incident back in 2025, so they've been here for over a year now, and are you able
It's not quite a year, because it was December of 25, so it was the tail end of 25. So she hadn't quite been here a year when that incident occurred.
You call it a tragic incident, and it is. Do you guys know at this point how long this couple had been together before this incident?
I don't know how long they've been married in total, no.
What's her age?
She was 44 years old.
And was there any restraining orders or
She attempted a restraining order, I believe, back in 2017, but didn't show up, so it never got fully put into effect or put into place.
Did he have a criminal history, Chief, at this point, do you know?
He did have a criminal history. It contained 1 felony and I think 3 misdemeanors. Yep, a total of 1 felony and 3 misdemeanors. The felony was an aggravated battery in 2017 out of Orange County, which ended up getting dropped. He had a loitering and prowling, making a false report, an obstruction from an obstruction case from 1995 that was dropped.
Is that aggravated battery on the deceased victim?
No, different victim on that. At this time, I'm going to wrap this up. I'm concluding. Thank you, guys.
Daytona Beach Police Chief Jakari Young giving an update about that case yesterday. Here's what we know now. 54-year-old Robert Reyes Jr. accused of shooting and killing his estranged wife, Jacqueline Reyes. They said they have 3 sons. In fact, it was one of the sons that called in this shooting. Again, the mother found dead inside that home. And then they also say that video showed the suspect attempting to take his own life and shoot himself as well inside that same home, but the gun malfunctioned. He ended up taking off. Investigators say leading police on a chase in Titusville before taking his own life. We know he was found dead inside that car. Or after that car crashed into a pond in Titusville. So some new details from the Daytona Beach Police Chief that kind of shed light on what happened, what led up to that, what we know about the homicide investigation, and where things stand with that this afternoon. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now outside the Washington National Cathedral, where we are about 45 minutes out from the start of another funeral service for the late Senator Lindsey Graham. President Trump expected to attend that ceremony, expected to deliver a tribute as well to the Republican senator from South Carolina. Now, this will be the second service of the day, one held earlier inside the Capitol Rotunda, where we heard from a number of speakers at that one as well, including Vice President J.D. Vance.
Well, first to Darlene and to the Graham family, all of you, I know you loved Lindsey and were proud of him, and he was proud of you, and I'm very, very sorry. It's good to see you all here among his friends and his colleagues, and I also, of course, have to issue my condolences to them. I know so many of you loved Lindsey like I did. So many of you argued with Lindsey, laughed with Lindsey, relied on Lindsey. And I also, of course, want to give condolences to a group of people you sometimes don't hear as often mentioned in the same breath, but I know who loved him, which is his staff. I know all of you worked for him for a long time. Many of you worked for him for longer than, I've been in public service, certainly longer. Some of you even than I've been graduated from high school. Don't mean to age any of you, but what a testament to a man that he has so much loyal and devoted staff. And I think that's the first thing I want to tell about Lindsey Graham. I want to tell some stories, but I also want to make an observation, which is that Lindsey Graham loved people from all walks of life, I think in part because of the way that he grew up, because of the fact that he wasn't handed everything. He was fascinated in everybody. He was fascinated in the wait staff in the Senate dining room. He was fascinated in the people who made the food. He was fascinated in the lowest staffer who had been hired 3 days earlier. He was fascinated by, of course, the very leadership of our country. And I think he was fascinated in people because he loved people and he was interested in them. He was the kind of guy who would walk into the Senate. And when he walked into the Senate, this was a guy who couldn't have stood more than 5'6" or 5'7", but he'd swashbuckle in with his jacket open like he was 6'5". He had an attitude to him, and it's one of the reasons why Lindsey Graham was Lindsey Graham. But he would walk into the United States Senate, and he would slap you on the back. He would greet the person who served his food. He treated everybody the same because he was fascinated and he loved every single person in this chamber. And that's a great testament to the man. I first got to know Lindsey Graham when I was on the Senate campaign trail for my own Senate race in 2022. And I remember riding in the back of the car with him. During these campaigns, you go from one event to the next and to the next event. And I remember learning a lot from him. I had a lot of people who campaigned with me during that time, but I learned something from Lindsey Graham, the way that he interacted with people, the way that he was so interested in what was going on and what was moving people and what was motivating them and what they were interested in. That affection and love of people was obvious even on the campaign trail, but so too was Lindsey Graham's world-class sense of humor. And in one event in particular, we had just left one event, we were riding in the back of the car going to the next event. Lindsey Graham told me a story about his time in the House. And if I repeated exactly what he told me, Darlene, it would be the end of my political career forever. But what I can say is that I was laughing so hard that by the time we got to the next event, I had abdominal cramps and I was barely able to speak because Lindsey Graham could make anybody laugh and he could make anybody feel at home. I was talking to a mutual friend of ours, a person who didn't always agree with Lindsey Graham's politics just shortly after his death. And I expected the person maybe to say something critical, but he said, you know what? Even though we sometimes disagreed, I loved Lindsey Graham. It was impossible not to like him. That swashbuckling, infectious laugh, that attitude, that passion that so many others have talked about. Lindsey Graham was impossible not to like as a human being and, of course, as a United States Senator. I remember on that campaign trail where, you're trying to raise money. And one of the ways that you raise money is you send people to your campaign website. And I said, Lindsey, before one of these Fox hits on the campaign trail, I said, Lindsey, could you maybe mention the website, jdvance.com? And over a 4-minute interview, he must have mentioned jdvance.com close to a dozen times. The host would ask, how was the weather? And Lindsey would say, well, before I check the weather, I always go to jdvance.com. And in a 4 or 5 minute TV appearance, Lindsey Graham raised us over $100,000. And that campaign stop was a critical part of me getting elected to the United States Senate and, of course, going on this incredible journey. That was who Lindsey Graham was. I remember once I got to the Senate, getting in this argument with Lindsey, and as John said, as Leader Thune said, he was a fierce defender of Ukraine, and he and I got into this intense argument at a Senate lunch. I think some of our colleagues probably remember this, about a funding bill for Ukraine. And I remember at the end of it going back to my staff, and I was at the time working on a rail legislation that I really, really cared about. And I remember going back to my staff and saying, well, that's probably the end of Lindsey's vote on the railway bill, because he is never going to support anything I support after the argument that he and I just had. And of course, I found out a couple of weeks later from another Senate colleague that the fiercest advocate of that bill behind the scenes was Senator Lindsey Graham. Now, Lindsey was who he was, and I knew that Lindsey couldn't even pretend to care about rail policy. It was something I really cared about, but it wasn't something Lindsey was particularly focused on. And so I went to Lindsey and I said, why are you helping me? Why are you helping this legislation? And I expected him to do what so many politicians would do. I expected him to lie and say, well, I really care about rail legislation. And he said, oh, I don't care about that at all. I said, well, why are you helping me? And he said, well, I don't care about it, but you do. And that was the kind of colleague he could be, a person you argued with and fought with in 1 minute, but behind the scenes, without collecting an ounce of credit, was working for you and working for the things that you cared about in the next. That was who Lindsey Graham was. You know, before I knew Lindsey, one of the most enduring parts of his legacy is I do believe that Justice Kavanaugh would not be on the Supreme Court were it not for his fierce advocacy during a critical moment. Remember that Senate confirmation hearing where Lindsey, and by the way, he got criticism from the Republican side of the aisle for this. He would always vote for qualified Democrat judicial nominations. He came to the judicial nomination process in a spirit of bipartisanship. Again, he was criticized sometimes from our side of the aisle for that. But what he saw happening to Kavanaugh was not a policy disagreement, it was character assassination. And Lindsey got as fiery and as passionate as I have ever seen a human being get during a judicial confirmation, and I believe that he saved that nomination. Now, that moment, of course, went viral, but Lindsey didn't do it for social media clicks. He did it to do something at the very highest part of the Senate, which was to persuade his colleagues. And persuade his colleagues he did. I remember there were a few people who were waffling at that moment, a few people who were unsure what they were going to do. Lindsey didn't just earn a lot of headlines, he actually persuaded people. And that maybe is how I will choose most to remember my friend Lindsey Graham. He saw that the Senate, at its very worst, could be a venue for character assassination. But because he loved people, he saw that the Senate at its very best could be a deliberative body geared towards persuading people. And that's what Lindsey Graham did in that case and in so many others. So I choose to remember Lindsey Graham as a man who could disagree with you without being disagreeable. I choose to remember Lindsey Graham as a person who could fight with you on one issue but fight for you on another issue. I remember Lindsey Graham as a man who loved people. And because he loved people, he was willing to reason with them, to respect them, and ultimately to persuade them. May God comfort all of those who loved Lindsey Graham, particularly his beautiful family. And may God rest the soul of Senator Lindsey Graham, a true American original.
Vice President J.D. Vance speaking earlier today inside the Capitol Rotunda. Give you a live look at the White House right now, where President Trump is expected to leave any minute now, heading to the National Cathedral for the funeral service there. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. I want to get you live inside a courtroom in Osceola County where the trial of Anas Mohammed is continuing. We played for you the opening statements earlier today. This is a crime scene tech who was at the scene, recovered some of the evidence, and is testifying on the stand right now. During her direct examination just a few minutes ago, she walked through some of the crime scene photos, unpacked some of the evidence that's being admitted into the evidence for the jury to consider. She is now being cross-examined, and so let's go ahead and listen in as the defense attorney, one of the defense attorneys, questions his crime scene tech on the stand live right now.
That you were able to park?
Yes, on the right-hand side along the curb.
And was there any crime scene tape there in terms of the parking lot?
No.
So crime scene tape kind of starts at the banisters for the stairs?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the stairs, did you go up or down the stairs in terms of photographing or collecting of evidence?
No.
And was that, to your knowledge, because there was nothing of evidentiary value there?
Yes, correct.
And was that from law enforcement letting you know, hey, we're starting pretty much on the ground floor, or how did you determine that?
Once we arrive to any scene, we get with the detective and they advise us of what occurred, and then we assess the scene together so that we know where to start.
And so those reddish-brown stains of suspected blood, I believe that was near not mile marker, but near marker number 2, correct?
Marker number 2 was the AirPod.
Sorry. Marker 1 would have been the suspected blood then?
Marker 1 was the hairnet.
So, sorry, where did the suspected blood start at?
Should be marker 3.
Sorry. This is what my arrows mean. And excuse me. Those droplets, it didn't appear to be any pooling of blood in terms of the outside, correct?
Correct.
And in terms of the reddish-brown stains that we saw inside, within the doorway, and then ultimately within the room, this was post-medical interventions as well, correct?
Yes.
So you're not aware of what was pre-medical intervention versus post-medical intervention?
Correct.
In terms of swabs or collection, did you do any collecting of those reddish-brown stains within the apartment itself?
Yes.
Now, understanding that you responded in the morning, once additional information was learned and gained throughout the day and through the night, did you end up having to respond back to that apartment complex for a collection of anything additional?
I responded back to the location to conduct a search warrant.
And was that on that downstairs apartment still or somewhere else?
No, it was an apartment upstairs.
And at that time, was crime scene tape still on those same banister areas?
I do not recall.
Now, the trash compactor, that was searched 4 or 5 days later, correct?
Continuing to monitor what's happening right now in Osceola County, but I want to get you to Daytona Beach Shores, where the City Commission is holding a meeting right now and discussing a potential ballot referendum that would change the city of Daytona Beach Shores to the Shores. Let's go ahead and listen in live. I believe we're hearing from one of the residents there, public comment right now. There was a presentation given, going to be some discussion among the members of the commission. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Like you said, the gateway area, that's traffic congestion possibly, but it's Daytona Shores, we don't know. I speak for a little bit from experience about the Jersey Shore per se. They call it the Jersey Shore. I'm going to the Jersey Shore, but what town? The towns never change their names. Their names are not generic. Their names are examples: Asbury Park, Seaside Heights, Point Pleasant. These are all the shores. So if you see the sign, the shores, okay, like where I'm going, You see the sign Shores here, it's going to be this 1 5-mile area. I'm like, really? This is it? Or is it all up and down? Where is it? There's no specifics for the shore where we specifically are. We were incorporated in 1960 to distinguish ourselves and to help the resident, commerce, and the tourist. We have to think of the residents, like you mentioned there. Daytona Beach Shores is specific and sounds distinct. The cost, we discussed a little bit of the cost, can be up towards $80,000, if not more. Some may already be incorporated with finances. But we have to, residents, I believe, have to change licenses as well. Is that correct? So that's going to be a concern, I think, as far as, making the residents do something extra. The shores sound touristy. I'm going to the shore. Okay, where? The shore. Daytona Beach Shores, I think, is classy, specific, where it is on the map, and not just touristy. Maybe the people like Port Orange should just change it to the port, or Merritt Island, change it to the island. Again, I lived in New York. You used to say, okay, we're going to the island. Okay, which one, Staten Island or Long Island? Well, they never just called themselves the island. Okay? That's all I have to say, and I hope whoever votes come the election, if that is going to be brought to ballot, thinks of these things. I think it's very dear to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. And next, I have Nancy Pierce. And Nancy, state your address, and are you in the city?
I'm Nancy Pierce, 3100 South Peninsula Drive. I'm not in the city, Daytona Beach.
Okay, thank you.
I echo the first speaker about the name being very generic. I think it takes our city off the map. And Florida being a peninsula that's got shoreline on the Gulf and shoreline on the Atlantic, I think it takes our city off the map. The second thing is projected costs. I hear these figures and all this detail, upwards of $4 million. No one talks about what is the benefit. What is the benefit you're getting from this? Are you just making a few people appeased because you changed the name? Where's the benefit? That's really all I have to say.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And next, I have Alan Witt. Thank you, Mr. Witt. And if you can please tell us, are you a resident of Daytona Beach Shores?
Sure. I'm a proud resident of the Ashley condominiums, the beautiful Ashley condominiums. And I'd like to speak the other side of what the previous speaker spoke. I think this is a marvelous idea. I have neighbors, and I won't tell you who they are, who tell people they're from Ponce Inlet. They're sitting right next to me in the Ashley condominiums, 3757 South Atlantic. Why? Because when they tell their friends that they are from Daytona Beach Shores, they hear Daytona Beach. And they think motorcycles, gangs, remember the riots we had at spring break this year? That's what we associate with the name Daytona Beach. The Shores sounds like what we are. We're a residential community. Yes, we have some tourists, but we're not Daytona Beach and we're not Ormond Beach. We're a place where people come to live, people come to raise families, people come to retire. And I think the Shore says that perfectly. No one's going to confuse us with the Jersey Shore. I'm sorry, you got to drive about 24 hours. So I really think it's a classy name. My wife is here. We did not get the petition. It was on our bulletin board, and we walked right past it. But we would have voted in favor. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming. And next, Peggy Rice. I want to state one time that Peggy, before we were called the commission and we were on city council, Peggy served so well. For how many years, Peggy, were you on?
8 years, and then I'm P&Z for several.
All right, so she's an integral part of our community, and thank you so much for your input today.
Thank you. I just want to speak to the idea that we would be confused. Our zip code is still going to be 32118. So I don't think there's really going to be a problem with confusion about where we are. As far as not knowing when you get to Daytona Beach Shores, all you have to do is cross the bridge and see the lights from the undergrounding, and you know that Daytona Beach Shores is different. This has been talked about since 1990, I guess, about changing the name just because of our association with some of the things that go on in Daytona Beach. And so I'm hoping that the commission will consider doing that, sending it out for the people, because I think it's really a good thing for the shores.
Thank you very much, Peggy. And again, this had nothing to do with trying to separate from the city of Daytona from the feedback I've gotten. It's just that we wanted to be the unique community from what the residents had said. So I'm going to say it one more time, what the city manager said. The 5 of us right now, all we're doing today is giving the residents of Daytona Beach Shores the ability to vote for their city, what they want their name to be. So again, so with that being said, I always do this. Even if you haven't signed up to be a speaker, I want to hear from you. So is there anybody else that something that someone said triggered something that you'd like to come up? You know, now's the time. Lynn? Linda, tell us how many years you've been a resident of Daytona Beach Shores when you come up.
31.
31 years, okay.
Yes. I'm not, totally, I'm all in favor of changing the name, but my hesitation about it is our zip code, because if you tell anybody that it's 32118, they automatically make it Daytona Beach. So I don't know, what can ever happen about that. And I know that changing the zip code is not the easiest thing to do. So that's all. But I think it's great. I mean, I think we should change the name we have for quite a while.
Lynn, thank you so much for coming up. Anyone else that has anyone else want anything to say about it? I'll give you another minute if you'd like to come up. Pro or con? And this is our newest city commissioner, effective in November. If you could introduce yourself when you come up.
Hi, I'm Vince Donvito. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm in 3047 South Atlantic, same as Rice here. So I just wanted to speak to Lynn's point about zip codes. So I just, last 2 years as a resident in this wonderful city, and grew up in New York City, but lived in Los Angeles. And I owned a home, technically, in Van Nuys, California. You could equate Van Nuys to Daytona Beach. Now, Commissioner Card, you can speak to this. Realtors start renaming cities to raise value on their city. I bought in a pocket neighborhood, which they called Valley Glen, which is lovely, idyllic. If I put my zip code in, it would sometimes come in as Van Nuys, but after time, I would get now at Valley Glen, or even Sherman Oaks, which was even better. It helped my real estate values, and this will certainly help our real estate value. I don't think there's anything wrong with separating ourselves for whatever the reason. I think it's great to have a new identity, and I'm all in favor of this proposed name change.
Thank you so much. Before we take our vote, is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Okay, seeing no one else, do I hear and this again, Vice Mayor, you'll go first on this. So this is second reading, ordinance 2026-09. Do I hear a motion to accept that?
Madam Mayor,
We have, okay, that works. I'm getting real, okay.
Commissioner Talalos made the motion, and Commissioner Demings.
All right, and so now we're just doing the vote. Okay.
Vice Mayor Politis?
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Commissioner Talalos?
Yes.
Commissioner Card?
Yes.
Commissioner Demings?
Yes.
Mayor Miller?
Yes, thank you. Okay, next we're going to go on to new business, and this is...
So they are now moving on to a new business there, but they voted to move forward a proposed amendment to the city charter that could potentially change the name of Daytona Beach Shores to the Shores. You heard some public comment on both sides of that at that meeting, that special meeting going on right now, the City Commission in Daytona Beach Shores right now. As that moves forward, eventually could end up on the ballot in November, likely to end up on the ballot in November, where residents in that city will get the chance to vote on whether they want to keep the name of Daytona Beach Shores or whether they want to change it to the Shores. We are standing by waiting for President Trump's arrival and his remarks at the funeral of Senator Lindsey Graham. But before we go to break here, I do want to just point out one thing as we're watching members of President Trump's cabinet who are speaking with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This is a live look right now inside the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. You see Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, and then engrossed in conversation right now with the Israeli Prime Minister, that's Secretary of State Marco Rubio, former senator from Florida. The Israeli Prime Minister has been talking a lot with Rubio and with Pete Hegseth, the U.S. Secretary of War as well. Can only imagine what they are talking about right now, given the conflict in the Middle East. Now, we did talk earlier today with one of our experts from UCF about what this meeting and the appearance of Israeli Prime Minister who met with President Trump earlier today, what that might mean for the ongoing war. You can find that video right now on Fox Local and on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we still have much more to come. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, giving you a live look right now inside the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C., where you see several members of Trump's cabinet. You also see Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh there adjusting his tie, sitting in one of the aisle seats. A couple of rows behind him, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. If you look more toward the right, you see Pete Hegseth over there, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. behind him, maybe just a couple of seats down from where RFK Jr. is sitting. I believe I saw former Vice President Mike Pence in the audience as well. A number of leaders there. I also see, looking a couple of rows behind Benjamin Netanyahu, you see the Democratic leader of the Senate, Chuck Schumer, in attendance as well. So a number of leaders from the United States and also world leaders in attendance at this event, because not only is the Israeli Prime Minister there, but the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. You also see him sitting behind Mark Wayne Mullen, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. You can kind of see with his head kind of bowed at this point. So we're awaiting the arrival of President Trump, who's going to be attending this ceremony as well, and is also going to be speaking shortly. We will get you to the president's remarks when those begin. This ceremony is supposed to begin around 2 o'clock, and so we'll be monitoring that coming up in just a little bit. Right now, I want to get you back to this trial going on in Osceola County, where we're hearing from more investigators from the scene of this stabbing that happened back in November of 2022 when a 16-year-old was stabbed, investigators say, by a 17-year-old suspect, now on trial for first-degree murder. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Ultimately collected, was that based off CST Woods' direction, i.e. I'm going to go inside, can you take care of these items, or was that law enforcement or a combination thereof?
At the direction of CST Woods.
Were there any additional items that you thought might be relevant to collect that she had not identified that you either told her about or ultimately collected?
No, everything had already been marked by her.
So when you got there, everything was marked, you were just collecting?
Correct.
Can I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Is excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
State.
State calls Christopher McNamara. Should be in the second. I do.
Counsel, you can inquire.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name?
My name is Christopher McNamara, CHRISTOPHER, MC capital NAMARA.
Mr. McNamara, where are you employed?
I'm currently employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at our Orlando Regional Operations Center in the Biology and DNA section.
How long have you worked for, so you said Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Is that frequently abbreviated as FDLE?
That's right.
All right. So how long have you worked for FDLE?
A little over 10 years.
And what's your current position there?
My current position is a crime laboratory analyst.
In what section are you in?
I'm in the biology and DNA section.
What's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Rollins College, as well as some additional coursework from the University of Florida.
What are the principal duties and responsibilities as a crime lab analyst?
I receive items of evidence from crime scenes, as well as known standards that I can make comparisons to. I examine this evidence for any biological stains or any other source of DNA I could find, and I take forward samples for DNA extraction, in which I generate a DNA profile and can make comparisons again and report on them and testify to the results.
Did you receive any specialized training to prepare you for your duties as a DNA analyst with FDLE?
I did, yes.
What were those?
I had approximately 2.5 year training program that covers practical exercises, all of the background knowledge I need for the job, as well as mock casework that I do with a trained DNA analyst, all culminating in a mock trial exercise course, written tests go with that as well.
How many years have you been performing DNA testing for FDLE?
For DNA testing, almost 3.
And during that time, how many times within that 3-year period, how many actual DNA tests have you conducted at FDLE?
If we're talking about samples extracted, over 1,000.
Do the DNA analysts at FDLE undergo proficiency testing?
They do, yes.
Okay, and describe that to me. How do you do that testing?
We have a test that's submitted to us, like it was actual casework that we get twice every year, and I do it like casework, and we submit the results, and we see if the results match up to what's expected, and FDLE will then say I can pass that proficiency test.
Have you ever testified in the courts of Florida as an expert?
I have, yes.
How many, can you just, let's get down to the very basics of this. Can you describe to the jury what is DNA?
DNA is an acronym short for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's the building blocks of life that make you who you are. You get half from your mother and half from your father, and we say it codes for things like your physical characteristics, eyes, ears, how you look, etc., as well as it being unique to every individual, barring identical twins.
Let's say if you looked at DNA as a whole, human to human, are we substantially the same percentage-wise? Is the DNA substantially the same?
Yes, that's right. You have like 99% or something like that, similar to everyone else, and the 1% that we look at for DNA fingerprinting, you could call it, is what makes you different from everyone.
And what method of DNA testing did you use in this case?
I use something called STR DNA testing, which is a short tandem repeat DNA testing.
And within short tandem repeats, what would be that thing that's repeating, that's giving you the unique information?
So a short tandem repeat is if you're familiar with DNA sequences, you know, there's base pairs and A, G, C, T, A, that sort of thing. So we're looking at repeating units of those particular base pairs that happen different number of times in different individuals. Again, you inherit 2 kind of versions of these kind of repeats from your mother and your father.
Other than when we're looking at criminal forensic evidence, is this type of DNA testing used in any other areas of science?
It is, yes.
Is it used with determining paternity and things like that?
Yes, it could be paternity, it can be various research uses, agricultural uses, things like that.
Anything else on, when we're talking about the STR method, is there anything else that would be important for the jury to understand about how that method works when you're actually going through a sample?
Yeah, so when I generate a SDR kind of DNA profile, I'm looking at multiple locations. So if we're thinking about DNA between people and what I look at, like a fingerprint, you know, think about the kind of whorls and swirls that make your fingerprint or different from another person. We're looking at kind of 21 locations, including 3 gender markers that I will use to generate a kind of unique profile. And again, there are 2 pieces of information that I can see there, depending on the number of repeats that you're looking at. They could also be the same number of repeats that you get from your parents here. So all of these kind of peaks I see on a graph will make up your unique DNA profile.
Now, breaking down with physically what you're actually doing with the DNA, can you describe how that DNA is extracted from the sample?
Right, so we use heat and chemicals in order to break open cells that I might get out of a certain sample that I've taken from, again, crime scene evidence or a known standard taken from somebody, for example, like a buccal swab we take from the inside of your mouth. And from then on, we can target, again, with multiple chemicals, these various areas of the DNA that we're looking for. And when we multiply them, I'm using kind of like a biological Xerox machine, we can then visualize all of the locations that we've targeted.
Is that quantitation? Is that what you're talking about right there?
Quantitation is one aspect. So quantitation is a specific copying and copying of the DNA in order to find out the amount of DNA that's in a sample. Otherwise, we move forward to amplification, which again is that copying process that we need in order to generate a DNA profile.
With quantitation.
More testimony from an analyst in this trial, the trial of Anas Mohammed, who was 17 years old at the time that he was accused of stabbing a 16-year-old back in 2022. He's sitting at the defendant's table. Again, this who you are looking at right now, one of the investigators testifying about the collection of evidence. Give you a live look right now inside the National Cathedral. President Trump just walked in, just took his seat alongside the Vice President, J.D. Vance, a number of other officials, as we have talked about over the last little bit, as the funeral service for the late South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham gets ready to get underway. Graham's casket arriving right now at the National Cathedral. We expect to hear some remarks from the president, from others as well, coming up once this this service gets underway momentarily. We're going to step aside, take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
And streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 TV. If you are just joining us on TV, I want to let you know some of the things that we've been tracking and keeping an eye on this afternoon, including right now. I want to give you a live look inside the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C., where the funeral service for the late South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham is getting ready to get underway. The casket of the late senator is arriving now. You can see President Donald Trump standing alongside Vice President J.D. Vance, other members of the cabinet, a couple of world leaders there as well, including the Israeli Prime Minister and the President of Ukraine. Also at this service, we expect to hear from the president, who is supposed to deliver a tribute to Lindsey Graham at this service. So we will listen in live to the president's remarks when those begin. If you'd like more coverage of this funeral service going on right now, you can find that on Live Now. But again, welcome into Florida Live. A couple of things we've been tracking today. I want to give you a quick update on the situation in Apopka, where we have learned a little bit more about a shooting that investigators believe was a situation of road rage that spilled over into this parking lot of the Home Depot on West Orange Blossom Trail. A detective still investigating, but they say the suspect is in custody. Again, they believe this was a road rage encounter that led to a shooting. A man was taken to the hospital. We don't know what their condition is at this time. We are also following up on an Amber Alert that was issued yesterday, a suspected kidnapping case out of Marion County that ended with the suspect dead. Fox 35's Alexis Clevenger has been following up on this story today. She joins us live now via Zoom. Alexis, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live. What are you learning about the investigation into to this case?
Well, Garrett, we actually just found out from the sheriff's office today the relationship between the 45-year-old suspect, Jason Castillo, and the 13-year-old girl he was accused of kidnapping yesterday. So the sheriff's office says that Castillo is an ex-boyfriend of the girl's mom. And so this all happened, an Amber Alert was issued yesterday regarding this, and he actually led deputies on a high-speed chase that ended with 9 law enforcement officials shooting him, according to the sheriff's office. And he was taken to the hospital, and he did die there. But the Marion County Sheriff, Billy Woods, he did release a video today on social media walking us through what led to the safe return of this 13-year-old girl. And he actually mentioned that a citizen saw the Amber Alert and was able to recognize the car, and they called 911, which alerted deputies. And they also, say that they had a license plate reader that was able to locate the vehicle as well. So he, obviously is very thankful for that citizen who was able to step in and help deputies locate the car and ultimately rescue the girl, and she returned home safely.
I wanted to take a moment to talk about the incredible work that led to the safe rescue of a 13-year-old girl who was kidnapped last night. Many of y'all saw the Amber Alert of her abduction by Jason Castillo. Now, how did we get there? Fairly simple. Great work by my deputies, the outstanding initiative of the investigation and getting the information. Now, let me make this clear first, is that it was based on the information, it was clear to us that her life was in danger, very high. Now, once that information came, they went to work. Now, thankfully, because of the Amber Alert, a citizen saw it, saw the vehicle, continued to follow. But it wasn't just only the citizen. What was combined in this hot topic right now, license plate readers. That's correct. What everybody refers to flock. LPRs is an asset to every law enforcement in this nation. This girl was rescued because of an LPR and a citizen combined together. My deputies executed a safe pit maneuver. Now, Jason presented himself in a threatening manner. And when he did, 8 of my deputies, along with 1 Bellevue police officer, shot Jason, and he died. Make no apologies of it. He presented himself in a dangerous manner, and they took the appropriate action. So I want to make something abundantly clear to you criminals. If you want to do any harm to our children in Marion County, I promise you, our resolve will be to find you, hunt you down, and bring you to justice. And if you continue to threaten their life or any one of my deputies, we will ensure that you meet your Creator. So, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate everything that our citizens today. So today, what matters most is that a 13-year-old girl is safe. She is back with her family. And what we are looking for, everyone played a part. Thank you, and God bless you.
A scary situation, Alexis, by the sounds of it, but some words of praise from the Marion County Sheriff about how they were able to rescue that 13-year-old.
Absolutely. And I mean, what's next is FDLE looking into the shooting involving those deputies with the suspect, and the Marion County Sheriff's Office is investigating it's the abduction that happened.
All right, Fox 35's Alexis Clevenger, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live and giving us an update this afternoon.
Thanks, Garrett.
We've also been following up on this multi-county chase last night that ended with a Daytona Beach homicide suspect dead. We have now learned that investigators believe this was a murder-suicide where a man shot and killed his estranged wife, a call that was called in by one of their children. We got some more details from the Daytona Beach police chief at a news conference just a little bit ago.
Everybody, the majority of you have already reported on the tragic incident that occurred last night down in Titusville, where a homicide suspect from Daytona Beach fled down to Titusville and ultimately took his own life inside of a vehicle. So my goal this afternoon is to start from the beginning and tell you exactly what happened, as well as fill in the blanks. This is an extremely tragic incident that occurred, and my heart goes out to the Jacqueline Reyes family, and specifically their 3 sons, because it was actually one of the sons that called this in. So the Daytona Beach Police Department received a call of a shooting at 6:08 p.m. That call came in from the victim's son, and he stated on that call that his mother had just been shot by their father. This is a couple that were separated, and she actually moved to Daytona Beach about a year ago to separate from him, to get away from him. So we responded to 138 Rena Drive, which is a fairly new townhome. It's the Laurel Dunes townhomes off of Clyde Morris Boulevard. We responded to that report that a female had been shot. Once we made entry into the home, we did locate her deceased inside of that home. There was a couple witnesses there that were neighbors that actually saw the suspect flee the scene. He left in his silver Camry and fled down to Titusville, where a chase ensued, and he ended up taking his own life. So just to give you a little bit more of the backstory, like I already stated, they were estranged, and from what we're being told, the husband was trying to get her back, and then on yesterday, he found out that she had moved on and was dating new people, which infuriated him. So essentially, he responded to the residents, forced his way into the back door, and executed her. Based on what we can see, he intended to also kill himself right there in that townhome, but the gun malfunctioned. So he fled the house and ended up down in Titusville, where this ended. So again, this is a very tragic incident. My heart goes out to the 3 sons that they have that basically lost both parents within a 2-hour time span. I want to also give, recognition to the other law enforcement agencies for their collaboration and cooperation, because it's all about effective communication and teamwork, which is how we were able to, get this thing wrapped up. So essentially, this is a murder-suicide. And it should have all been in Daytona Beach, but the gun malfunctioned, which is what allowed him to flee down to the Titusville area. I looked up prior calls, and there was one prior call at that address back in December of 2025, where the same suspect burglarized that townhome while the victim was out of town. He basically burglarized it, bleached some of her clothes, and then left the scene. So this has been going on for quite some time, and then yesterday it just came to a tragic end. So that being the case,
a tragic situation there in Daytona Beach. That was the police chief giving us an update just a little bit ago. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live. We still have much more to get to, still monitoring the funeral service for Lindsey Graham that is getting underway live right now inside the National Cathedral. President Trump among many leaders in attendance at this service that is just getting underway. We're going to take a break right now and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren joining me now. And Noah, hot out there this afternoon.
It is, and it's going to get even hotter tomorrow. But it is candidly the hottest time of the year, so this is to be expected, right? It's July 28th in Florida. It's supposed to be hot. In fact, 104 is the heat index right now in Orlando, 104 in Tallahassee. But look to the north, some of that humidity will be coming here for tomorrow. And what I'm referring to is look about Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Nashville, Tennessee. See how it's like 110, 113? That humidity that's literally there now will be here tomorrow. So that really soupy air is moving south towards us. A little bit of an unusual direction, but so we're going to peak the humidity tomorrow this week, we think. 106 right now in Oklahoma City, 107 in Dallas, 109 in Charleston, 106 in New Orleans. So a lot of humidity to go around. Now, the interesting thing about today is we've had a little bit more cloud cover than it's looked like we were going to have, which has kept the temps down a wee bit. They should really get cooking again, though, about 4 or 5 o'clock. Already 109 in Palm Coast, 100 in Orlando. Air temperatures right now on pace to be into the 90s, 90 in Orlando, 90 in Kissimmee, 92 in the Villages, 94 in Ocala, and it's 91 currently in Winter Haven. So a couple of things. First, the heat index over the next few days will peak. We could just basically change this to say 110 plus. Look, some places might get 120, but the idea here is that we're going to see a pretty big spread in the heat index today and tomorrow across Central Florida based on where you are. So areas in this red color, most of our area, Orlando, Disney, Brevard, are going to be between 100 and 110. Some of the places in this purple, Gainesville, Ocala, Daytona, Palm Coast, might get 115 or so today and tomorrow, especially tomorrow. In fact, some places might even get like 118 or so in those areas, especially tomorrow, as we get some higher humidity in here. Not normally do we have a humidity disparity like this, where the northern areas are more humid than the southern areas. Normally it'd be the other way around, considering the humidity comes from the Caribbean, right? But areas north, 110 plus, the peak heat index. Most of Orlando area, 100 to 110 today, and then again tomorrow. Now, humidity is not the only thing we're tracking. We are tracking some storms. Let me start you, though, with the satellite, and I want to start you with this because we have a lot of clouds over Florida, and surprising clouds. And there's a reason why the clouds have come in today. The high level, if you look outside, there's kind of like this filtered, sheen, opaque, milky view to the sky. It's like not cloudy. It's just like filtered sun. These are really high level clouds that have blown across the Gulf from this right here. Look at this big massive storms, and I'll put on the colorized satellite. You'll be able to see it a little bit better. There's a little area of disturbed weather out in the Gulf. And that has blown some clouds out over Florida, which has kind of filtered the sky a little bit. So if you've noticed it, if you didn't know any better, you might think there's like wildfire smoke or something up there. Just a little bit of cloud cover from these storms in the Gulf that's kind of pushed over Florida. But look on the colorized satellite, you can see there are really big storms south of us right now. In fact, you can see here over towards southern Brevard, Indian River County, over towards Sarasota and Manatee. Really big storms where there's been a little bit more sunshine, which I put the radar on. You can see kaboom. There's all the big storms right now. So I'll bring you into our view of the radar. And we've got a couple of storms here over towards Polk County. Some of these are going to push towards the theme parks here over the next little while. We should see a good coverage of storms today. It's not going to be extreme, but we should see a good amount of storms out there, especially in time for the evening commute and heading into about, let's say, like 6 or 7 o'clock today. And some of the storms could be on the strong side, but we'll keep an eye on that. Here's the Melbourne radar. You can see a little bit of a thunder shower starting to blow up here, heading towards the St. Cloud area. I'll put a little track on this one so you can get the idea where this one is heading. Probably something like that. Interesting. Didn't get any towns plotted. Let me try this one more time. So probably closer to 3 o'clock or so. 2:45 to 3, the St. Cloud area heads up for a downpour and some storms. Over in southern Brevard, you're probably hearing and seeing some really big lightning off in the distance. A really big thunderstorm over by Vero Beach and Indian River Shores. That's moving away. It's going east towards the Atlantic Ocean. But we're going to keep an eye on things as we head through the evening. We should see more storms will blow up. Now, across the Florida Peninsula today, just run-of-the-mill showers and storms. Further to the north, couple of headlines for you. We've got some big severe weather in the New York City area today, then also some flash flooding into New England up in these areas as well. Now, if you're flying today, or you know somebody flying into MCO tonight, another day of national ripple effects. There's a very short list of airports worldwide where if they get hit by thunderstorms, it's going to cause national impact. Atlanta's one of them, being the volume of traffic that connects to and out of, even if you're not flying to Atlanta. Chicago being 2, and New York area being 3. Yesterday, we saw big thunderstorms in the Chicago area that had a massive ripple effect to Orlando because a lot of flights go through and connect out of the Midwest that have origins to Chicago. And that actually carried over into the morning. I checked this morning. We had a lot of flights that were late arriving late last night because of the weather. So if you're flying today and you're going north, heads up, there are some really big storms that are going to impact the New York City area airports that anytime that happens, it has national ripple effect. And there's actually going to be some pretty big flooding up that area today. You can see the flood outlook at level 3 out of 4 risk for some flash flooding around the tri-state area. So that's something we'll keep an eye on up that way. So I want to walk you through the futurecast here, take you through the storms for the rest of today and then over the next couple of days, because we do have rising chances for storms as we go through the end of the week. So here's our Fox model. Notice 2 o'clock. Actually, the model is doing a pretty good job of grasping at this current moment that we don't have a lot of storms out there right now. So anytime the models start really good, we put even more stock into them. And notice as we go through the evening, we'll get some storms that pop. Here's about 4:30, 5, maybe the biggest storms over towards Brevard County. You see over here about 6 o'clock in Brevard County for the evening hours today, but it's not too much. Now tomorrow, we should see some storms in the northern areas. Now, tomorrow is an interesting day. It looked like this might happen yesterday, where we're going to be kind of caught in between weather systems, where there'll be some really big storms to our north and not a lot for our area. So we're probably going to cut back. Once I update the forecast tonight, we'll probably shave down the rain chances for tomorrow. So tomorrow, probably one sneaky dry day sprinkled in here. Then as we go into Thursday, here you go, more widespread downpours and storms. This is Thursday. That'll continue, as you can see here, into Friday. And Thursday and Friday, the storms might not be exclusive to the afternoon. They might even perk up into the mornings. So today, a handful, I'll back you up here. Today, here's the evening, a couple of storms, especially Orlando and south for the evening commute going into tomorrow. A little bit of a lull. There'll be some really big storms up around Gainesville and Jacksonville. You can see them dropping south out of Georgia in the later evening. And then Thursday, certainly a higher coverage of rain, and we'll continue that as we head into the weekend. So the humidity is the other big story out there. If you've been outside, you can feel the dew points are in the upper half of the 70s. In fact, it's above 80 in Cocoa Beach. That is about as humid as it will get here any time of the year, especially now. Temperatures statewide a little bit hotter to the north, where there's a little bit more humidity actually up in North Florida out there right now. So the headlines for the next couple of days: the humidity is here, the heat is here. Storms are going to probably peak as we go into Thursday and Friday. Quick tropical update for you: the Atlantic is quiet. Arthur and Bertha, we had 2 of them so far, but they were very minor storms. We use a parameter called ACE, accumulated cyclone energy. Basically what that is it's just a formula we use to account for how much energy was generated by tropical storms and hurricanes. And basically, think of it this way: if you have a really short-lived system, it's not going to produce a lot of energy. If it was only a day or two, it didn't produce a lot. You could have a storm that stays out in the Atlantic that doesn't hit anybody for 10 days. It's a big hurricane. It generates a lot of cyclone energy. Based on that, we're at the quietest start to a hurricane season in almost 30 years. So it's been a very, despite, I'm saying this because we've had 2 named storms. You might think it's been an active start, but the 2 named storms we had were very weak and very short-lived. So it's been a very quiet start to the hurricane season, which was the expectation and will continue. Meanwhile, out in the Pacific, very active. We have 2 systems out there, one that will pass north of the Hawaiian Islands over the next few days. Generally, when hurricanes approach Hawaii from the east, they weaken. That's what will happen with Fausto. The surfers, I checked the local news and the local papers out there. It's headline making. All the surfers are loving this. Anytime you get a decaying hurricane passing north of the Hawaiian Islands, it's like the best surfing of the year. So veteran surfers out there loving that. There's another one, big hurricane Genevieve off the coast of Mexico. That won't impact anybody. But Garrett, the old rule of thumb is when the Pacific is busy, the Atlantic is quiet. And you can see that there. The Atlantic is going to stay quiet as we flip the calendar into August. So for the next few days, a couple storms today, a little bit of a low tomorrow, picks back up for the rest of the week. The heat is there, and then the hurricane season, we don't have any wood, but knock on wood, it's quietest in a very long time, which was the expectation. It's not a surprise.
Yeah, and we will take that as long as it goes. The Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
As we go to break here, going to give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and President Trump now at the podium at the National Cathedral in Washington, delivering a eulogy for the late Senator Lindsey Graham from South Carolina, who passed away. And the president speaking now. We will go ahead and listen in live from Washington, D.C.
Career, that's exactly who Lindsey Graham was. He was the first person to make you laugh, and one of the last people that you've really ever wanted to fight. These were the traits that made him into one of the great figures in Senate history. Few like him. As a boy, Lindsey also learned his first lessons in diplomacy when the wife of one regular patron called the bar asking for her husband. She demanded to know, where is he? The man instructed Lindsey, tell her I'm not here. And young Lindsey nodded and said into the phone to the wife, he said to tell you that he's not here. That was Lindsey. When Lindsey was just 20 years old, he lost his mom to cancer. 15 months later, he lost his dad. Their deaths left his 13-year-old sister, Darlene, an orphan. But in God's mercy, she had her wonderful brother to take care of her. On top of it all, Lindsey became her guardian while still in college and helped raise her. He later said that for all his achievements, and he had many, his single proudest accomplishment in life was how well Darlene turned out. He had total respect and love for Darlene. Nothing could be more fitting than that woman who was Lindsey's proudest legacy now continues his legacy of service in the U.S. Senate, a place that he cherished. And I have no doubt that he's looking down today, beaming with pride at his sister, Senator Darlene Graham. Thank you, Senator. Lindsey first stormed into Washington with the Republican Revolution of 1994, becoming the first Republican to win his House district in 120 years. That was Lindsey. In 2002, he ran for the Senate in what should have been a loss, and he swept to an easy victory. Lindsey quickly became a master at maneuvering in one of the world's great legislative bodies. He secured record funding for our military as a budget committee chairman. He delivered the largest investment in border security in history, and last year he shepherded the passage of the largest tax cuts in American history, the great, big, beautiful bill. Had a lot of Lindsey goodies in there, too, I can tell you. And, of course, he was also a great champion of the United States Supreme Court. His impassioned defense of a wonderful person, a great gentleman, Justice Kavanaugh, ended a disgraceful attack on this very good man and gave us one of the greatest moments the Senate has ever seen. It was a truly monumental moment in Senate history. I believe it was Lindsey's perhaps finest hour. But no matter how heated things got in Washington, virtually everyone, Republican or Democrat, liked Lindsey. Well, not everybody, but it sounds good. Not everybody. He was a tough cookie, okay? I have to veer from this for a second. He was a tough cookie, Darlene, but he was beautiful. But he was also ready with a joke and a gleam in his eye after being lectured on the excruciating details of patent law by a fellow senator during a flight. Lindsey declared that he had discovered a new form of enhanced interrogation and torture for the Guantanamo Bay area. He said this is really bad stuff and boring. And while he was an incredibly hard worker, he was not exactly an early riser, as many of you know. When Senator Tim Scott, a great gentleman in his own right, I can tell you, invited him to prayer breakfast at 8:30 a.m., Lindsey told him, "Tim, if Jesus himself comes back before 10 a.m., I ain't going." Yet, while he was always quick to laugh and no one ever doubted the gravity of his mission, above all, Lindsey Graham believed in a strong America. He wanted a strong America. He had unwavering faith in the righteousness of American power and prayer. And he was extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never saw a war that he didn't like. Only his true friends would understand that, but he wanted it for the good of our country. He felt in his bones that our destiny is to win and that his job was to do everything he could to ensure our enemies would lose. It was this conviction that led him to serve 33 years in uniform in the Air Force and Air Force Reserves and Air National Guard, even while he was in office. And it was this conviction that took him as a senator to almost every country on earth, confronting America's adversaries and standing up for America's friends. He had tremendous friendships all over the world. It's a testament to his towering impact that among those mourning him here today are leaders, presidents, prime ministers from all over the globe. They're sitting right here before you. Lindsey met countless world leaders, yet wherever he went, he was always the same Lindsey Graham. When he met Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi in a tent in the desert, he told him, "I expected something out of the Arabian Nights. This looks more like a Winnebago." That was not a good statement to make at the time. And when he met the Dalai Lama, Lindsey looked him straight in the eyes and said, "So, can you really levitate?" The Dalai Lama was not happy with that. But no matter how high he rose, he never forgot where he came from. There's probably not a single town in South Carolina where Lindsey did not help repair a bridge, expand a school, improve a hospital, or recover from a disaster. He was a force of nature, and I will miss him greatly. As you remember, Lindsey and I did not exactly get off to the best of starts. Running against each other. Back in 2016, Lindsey said something rather nasty on his flight to becoming the next president of the United States. So naturally, I did something that I shouldn't have done. I shared his personal cell phone number with the millions of people that happened to be watching that particular day as I made a speech, a very important speech. And I remember the number 202-228-0292, if anybody wants to give it a shot. His phone exploded. He said, I had that number for 20 years. His phone totally, I don't know what he did with it, but it exploded. That was the beginning of a friendship in a way. But it was Lindsey who had the last laugh, because while I blew up his phone all for one day, we became great friends, and Lindsey did not stop calling me for the next 10 years. It was not easy. I always cherish the memories of our golf games, and only because of his really, and I will say, this memorial service, it's so hard to say. A memorial service for Lindsey, it's hard to say. But I'll admit that one time Lindsey Graham and Annika Sorensen actually beat me and Gary Player together. Can you believe that? Annika played very well that day, actually. But right to the end, Lindsey carried in his golf bag the putter that once belonged to his dad, and he carried it with him with class and with a ring that was so beautiful of his mother. And they were laying right at his bedside. The night he died, they were there. He had him with him at all times. From that Pool Hall, where his parents raised him, to the halls of the United States Senate, where he was respected and loved. The son of South Carolina became one of the most important men in the most important country on earth. In a city where politicians often become jaded and cynical, Lindsey Graham never lost the old-fashioned American idealism that brought him to the highest levels of government and life. He took his duty seriously without taking himself too seriously. He was unwavering in his principles, but always willing to listen. He always wanted to listen. And one thing about Lindsey that we all know, he never quit. You wanted him to quit, you waited for him to quit, but he would never quit. Above all, Lindsey Graham loved America, and he believed in the American people. If you shared that view, you had a friend in Lindsey. If you didn't share it, there was no fiercer or more constant opponent. Our nation needs more men and women like that great person sitting, laying, wherever he may be. I think I know where he is, and I think he's up there. I think he's watching us. I'm pretty sure of it. Scripture tells us that blessed is the man who remains steadfast under trial, for when he has stood the test, he will receive the crown of life. For 71 years, Lindsey Graham was strong and steadfast. As a brother, a senator, a warrior, and a patriot, he withstood every last test, every single test that you can go through and every trial. And now he wears the crown of life in heaven, reunited with his parents and reunited with his Lord. I end by saying something very, very special. Lindsey, we love you. God bless you. We will always be with you, and you were very, very special. Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Trump speaking at the funeral service of the late Senator Lindsey Graham in South Carolina. This service taking place in the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. right now. A number of officials, and you can see a loving tap from the president on the casket there as it lies at the front of the cathedral. President Trump's taking his seat beside the Vice President, J.D. Vance, a number of other members of the cabinet in those couple of rows there inside the cathedral as well as this funeral service continues. The Vice President delivered remarks earlier at a first ceremony that was held inside the Capitol Rotunda earlier today. We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live. We have more to come. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 TV. Interesting story here as we're looking to space, and an old rocket stage expected to crash into the moon coming up in just a few days. So joining us live now to talk about this is Fox 35 streaming intern Orion Boone. Joining us live, Orion, we appreciate you joining us. I know you had the chance to speak with an expert this afternoon about what's happening and what's going to happen, but just kind of set this up for us. Why is this thing out there to begin with, and why is it going to be crashing into the moon soon?
Sure, Garrett. So this initially launched January 2025. The Falcon 9 rocket sent 2 lunar landers up into space, and those, after that was done, obviously the rocket stages broke off, and this rocket stage was in a little bit of a limbo when it comes to orbit for a while. We didn't have enough fuel to boost it closer to Earth or farther into deep space. And eventually it ends up on a track to smash into the moon. Now, this isn't too uncommon. It happens about every 2 to 3 years. And I talked with my expert, and he said that it's not going particularly even fast, right? Some of these just vaporize the second they hit the moon, which is crazy to me, but this one will just crumple. We don't expect any of the lunar dust or rock to melt at all. So I talked with Dr. Phil Metzger, the director of the Stephen Hawking Center at UCF, about what will happen when this rocket hits the surface of the moon, and what do we stand to learn from this crash?
Other spacecraft on the moon could measure those vibrations, if there are any that are actively sensing for that. By the way, that's what we do to learn about the interior of the moon. We would create explosions or impacts on the moon and measure those shock waves as they travel through the core and the mantle of the moon. The next thing that'll happen is that a lot of that energy from the impact will throw out and break up the soil and the rocks. We call that material regolith, which is from the Latin, it means the rocky blanket on the planetary surface. So the regolith will be broken up and thrown out at very high velocity over very long distances. And this is where our physics has a real gap. We don't know how much material will be blown out and how far it will go and what velocities it's going to travel. And it's important for us to learn that, because as we do more activities on the moon, we are going to have more discarded spacecraft crashing into the moon, and we don't want to damage the hardware from our country or other countries that are operating there. So it's really important for us to get data from these events.
And what data do you think we might glean from this rocket stage or engine stage crashing the moon in about a week?
One of the things that we do is, even from the Earth with telescopes, we can look at the impact. If we know where it's going to hit and we know what time it's going to hit, we can have telescopes focused right there. And we should be able to see a visible flash, and we should see an infrared flash of heat during the impact. And that gives us a lot of information right there, because the wavelengths of the light and the intensity of those wavelengths tells us how much of the heat got converted into thermal energy almost instantly. We know that there's conservation of energy. And so the remaining energy got converted into vibration in the soil, and it got created into the kinetic energy throwing the soil outward. Because this impact is going to be below what we call hypervelocity, it'll be lower than 4 kilometers per second. We don't expect the material on the moon to be vaporizing or melting, but it will be blown outward at very high velocity. And so simply by measuring the light of the impact, that gives us a lot of insight into how much energy went into the accelerating the regolith particles. We can also watch the ejecta thrown off the moon. We can watch when that ejecta goes in front of stars, and from blocking the starlight, we can get a measurement of how much ejecta is thrown off. And the timing when it blocks the stars as it flies off the moon gives us an indicator of how fast it's going.
I have to wonder, the U.S. as well as many other countries are speeding up their exploration and just efforts towards another human mission to the moon. Will any of the data we see from this crash help us in planning future missions?
Absolutely. One of the big issues you get when you have a lunar outpost is determining how do you fly toward the outpost to land at it. When you're initially coming in, you're going too fast, and so you have to slow down. If your engine fails, you will fly over the outpost and crash somewhere downrange from it. But as you're slowing down, eventually you nearly zero out your velocity, and now you're in hovering flight as you continue forward at slow velocity and then softly land. And so at that point, if your engines fail, you will crash short of the outpost. Because you transition from crashing downrange to crashing uprange, that means during the landing process, there comes a precise moment in time where if your engines failed right then, you would crash directly on the outpost, and that would be catastrophic. It would not only risk, or let's just say it blatantly, not only would it kill the crew that's on board the spacecraft, but it would also kill the crew that's in the outpost. And so one of the things we need to figure out is, well, if we don't want to fly directly at the outpost, then we need to come in tangential to it with some spacing distance and land off to the side. But how far is far enough? Because if we end up crashing and we blow out ejecta that hits the outpost, we want to be far enough away so that the crew inside the outpost is not put at risk. Even for uncrewed landings, where we're landing additional hardware on the moon, providing supplies or additional robotics, we don't want those uncrewed spacecraft to throw ejecta onto other hardware and break it, or risk crews that are at the outpost.
So that was Dr. Philip Metzger speaking with you just a little bit ago. Orion, this is really interesting, I think, to think about, this kind of abandoned rocket stage being out there to the point where it is expected to crash into the moon August 5th. So just a few days away, about a week away, I guess, at this point. And they're just going to leave it there?
They're just going to leave it there. I mean, to recover every single part of it would be nigh impossible. It'll be, while not vaporized, smashed into smithereens. There's no particularly usable parts. I doubt there would be a monetary incentive for it. So it'll just stay there until maybe, I don't know, sci-fi 50 years in the future, we do a little moon cleanup operation.
And talk a little bit more about the dust here and kind of what happens with all of that and the role that it plays, the lunar dust in this.
Yeah, so the lunar regolith, the dust and rock that gets shot up after these impacts or just on the surface of the moon. It actually contains these silicates, little glass particles about it. So it's a massive irritant to the lungs and the eyes, we assume. There's not a ton of data on that because obviously we don't want to take our helmet off in space. But the abrasive material in this regolith, like Phil mentioned, is really dangerous to this equipment. He mentioned later on in this interview, for example, that the heat shield, if a piece of equipment's heat shield is damaged, it will start to overheat and shorten the lifespan of it. God forbid if it were to happen to an air seal or something of the sort. But this can be super abrasive. So learning how to avoid this damage as much as possible is super important going forward.
Interesting stuff. It really is to think about, to talk about. Fox 35 streaming intern Orion Boone, we appreciate you joining us and breaking this down for us here on Florida Live today.
Thank you for having me, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break right now, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to get you back to the National Cathedral. This is Fox News host Sean Hannity speaking right now, honoring the late Senator Lindsey Graham. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Fox host is here, another dear and loyal friend. He loved playing golf with you. He loved when you made fun of him, which, by the way, was usually very justified. You were a confidant. You were a mentor in ways that people will never know. I see Governor McMaster is here. You were Lindsey's friends in life and an even greater friend after his passing. You understood the deep love that he had for South Carolina, and you recognized what it would mean to appoint his younger sister, Darlene, to finish the work of her big brother. That decision reflected the best of South Carolina values. Governor, thank you. Last and most important, my dear friend, Senator Darlene Graham. You know, I see that you're here with your beautiful husband, your family, all the people that love you, love Lindsey. And as you have said yourself, Lindsey was your brother, your father, and your mother. And you were only, as the president pointed out, you were only 13 years old when your parents passed away. And he was only 21 years old, and he left school and he took over the family business. And he made it his business to raise his little sister. Politics was politics. Lindsey and I talked a lot of politics. But you, Darlene, you were his life. Your family was his life. You were his God-given purpose. He loved you with all of his heart, and he told me often. Now, we all know that he was a true believer. We know that he is in paradise today, and we know that he is so proud of you. We all know in this room today, this beautiful cathedral, that these past 2 weeks have been the hardest 2 weeks of your life. And most people could not imagine losing the brother that raised them. And then almost immediately, you got a call from the president of our country. You got a call from the governor of your state. They asked you if you would be willing to step up and finish the work of the brother that we honor here today, your brother, Lindsey. You barely had time to warn, if any. You told me that you asked yourself the one question that mattered. What would Lindsey want me to do? That was the one question. You put your personal tragedy aside for the state that you love and for the country that you love. Within 2 days, you were sworn in as the first female senator from the great state of South Carolina.
Fox News host Sean Hannity is speaking right now at the funeral service for the late Senator Lindsey Graham, and speaking directly there to Darlene Graham, the sister of Lindsey Graham, who has now taken his seat in the U.S. Senate. We are continuing to monitor that service that's happening live right now in the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. Almost out of time here on Florida Live. I want to let you know a couple of things if you're joining us on our live stream on Fox Local that we'll have coming up for you in just a couple of minutes. We're going to hear from Orange County Commissioner Marie Edinger talking about the resignation of the Orange County Fire Chief today following some comments and a tense back and forth with her in a meeting recently. So you're going to hear more about that. We'll also have our Playbook Tuesday segment where we talk about some things in Florida politics. You're going to hear from Kimberly Leonard with Politico weighing in on James Fishback, the Republican candidate, calling today for the resignation of Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins. So that and more coming up in just a couple of minutes. Thanks for joining us on Florida Live.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, 3 o'clock, and we appreciate you joining us here live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. It was a tense back and forth between a member of the Orange County Commission and the, at the time, Orange County Fire Chief over the spending and purchase of a vehicle. And today, the Orange County Fire Chief, Anthony Rios, announcing his resignation because of some of the answers that he gave in that meeting earlier this month that he says didn't live up to some of the standards that he wants to uphold as fire chief. I want to play for you that back and forth. Then we had the chance to speak with Orange County Commissioner Marie Edinger just a few minutes ago to get her reaction to the resignation. But first, this was some of the back and forth, some of the answer that you're going to hear that the now former fire chief referred to in his resignation letter today.
And I've noticed some new trucks and some new fleet, but I don't see fleet in here. Can you share where some fleet purchases besides fire trucks are in your budget and where you have that?
So our fleet is broken into two primary funding models: our heavy rolling apparatus, our fire trucks, our transport units, some of our specialty vehicles, and then there are those emergency response vehicles that are for technical programs. or within the fire service. As we know, we also maintain the Office of the Fire Marshal. That budget comes out of our operating expenditures.
So you do, like, don't you have a new car too?
I do not.
Okay, I saw somebody had new ones. I don't know where I saw it, so I'm just trying to see where actual fleet purchases are in your budget. So
And to answer the question, we do replace vehicles as needed.
Yeah, I'm not saying you don't. I'm just trying to ask you, where is it in here?
Well, that is compartmentalized into our apparatus budget, and we call it light rolling stock, which is compartmentalized in the monies that you saw for between operating budgets and between our CIP for heavy apparatus. But again, it's a subset, not to be considered of the $8 million that I have for heavy apparatus.
Can I get that information? Sure. Can you provide that to me? That would be fantastic.
Again, that was at a recent budget presentation that had been going on with the Board of County Commissioners. I've been meeting with all of the different department heads. And in the resignation letter from Orange County Fire Chief Anthony Rios, that letter that we received today, this is just a portion of it, saying, during my recent budget presentation to the Board of County Commissioners, I responded to a question regarding the purchase of a county-assigned vehicle. Although the purchase complied with all county procurement policies and procedures, my response did not fully communicate the complete context, and as a result could only be perceived as inaccurate. As fire chief, I understand that intent does not diminish impact, and I accept full responsibility for my words. Fox 35 associate producer Johnny Jackson spoke with Orange County Commissioner Marie Edinger just moments ago to get her reaction.
Commissioner Uribe, an exchange that you had with I guess now the former fire chief led to a resignation. I mean, tell me a little bit about, some of the concerns that led to you bringing the topic up in the meeting.
Great. That's a great question, and it's a disappointing day. So that day, it was our regular budget season, and the fire chief comes in front of us and gives us an update on his budget. I have been a little frustrated that the fire chief and the county have not given the Orange County firefighters their back pay of 2 years, and had learned already that the chief and a lot of the leadership had gotten new vehicles. So when he was presenting our budget, I'm looking to see where's that adjustment for all these new cars they had just bought, and I didn't see it in there. And I really tried to press that it was really important to pay your men and women who have been waiting for 2 years to get their pay. And so he tried to justify, some things, and I said, have you gotten a new car? And he said, no. And he had. And that was not what I expected. I did not expect him to not be truthful in that answer. Clearly the mayor and all the leadership, as far as our county administrator and all that, really knew at that moment that was a very inaccurate statement that was said. And this wasn't a gotcha moment. This was simply trying to put some pressure on getting the men and women paid. I mean, that's at the end of the day, what we want to do is we want to make sure we take care of the people who work for us.
And when you talk about back pay of 2 years, I mean, how much, give or like rough estimate, how much money are we talking about there?
Well, I mean, in total out of our budget's a couple million, but for firefighters out there, it's anywhere between $2,000-$3,000 up to $40,000. So it's pretty significant, and it's not fair. The county has the money. It's been actually set aside and allocated for 2 years. They just won't process the payment. And I feel like when you talk about priorities, what you're going to do as a fire chief and what you're doing for this county, you take care of the men and women that serve you. And you take care of the men and women that serve us. And that was where that question was headed. And I also felt like, why aren't you being forthcoming with all these new vehicles that have been purchased? Because you got to remember, 2 years ago, there was a millage increase when it came to fire rescue. And clearly, when you have that additional income that comes in, and you're talking significant increase of, I think the first year was about 20-something million extra, and then already 2 years, you get a lot of money, suddenly you start buying things that maybe aren't the top priority. But what is a top priority is pay. That's the number one priority.
So, Commissioner Uribe, when you're sitting in this meeting, kind of hearing the response, in your head, did you expect a resignation? Did you expect that to be the resolution of this?
No, I did not. I actually just expected an apology and a real truthful answer. I did not expect the resignation that we received this morning. It's a shame because Chief Rios is actually a good person and who just made a quick bad decision. And I think it was probably the pressure of the job, but he's been a good chief. I mean, his love for Orange County and the people who work for him is huge. And I know that they're all going to miss him at the same time, but he's in a leadership role. And when you're in front of your quote unquote bosses, in a sense, because we represent the people, good or bad, you just tell the truth. Yes, we were told we needed to get new vehicles or it was time to update. So yes, we've updated these vehicles. Could have just been fine. But to say no, I did not get a new vehicle was a flat out lie, knowing that car had already been purchased. And that's where we came into this issue. And unfortunately, he had to end his career with Orange County, resigning over a budget hearing that had already happened. It wasn't like he was waiting for us to approve it. It was a done deal. Just could have handled it a little bit better.
And looking forward, we're going to get an interim fire chief. What does the future of the Orange County Commission's relationship with Orange County Fire Rescue look like?
It still looks great. They're an amazing part of us. I frequent firehouses all the time. I got to be honest. I tell people I'm born and raised here. I know a lot of firemen and fire ladies just because I grew up here. And I think that's going to continue. And I think it actually is a lesson to the firemen and firewomen that serve every day. One, you be honest. Number two, you still have someone fighting for you because you're a resident. At the end of the day, they're a resident just like anybody else. And three, let's just be honest and make good choices and let's prioritize. I think that's the key thing. Let's prioritize what we need to get done before what we want to get done. And then we avoid these circumstances. And I think we're still just as strong as we ever are, and we're going to move forward. We're just going to be down one leadership role, but I have no worries about how this unit and how this county is going to move forward when it comes to our top-notch fire rescue that we currently have.
Commissioner Marie Edinger, Orange County Commissioner, speaking with us just moments ago, and was also referencing a part of the exchange that you did not see, where she specifically asked again, further questions about the new car there, as you heard, some of the discussion and the answer that led to the resignation today of Fire Chief Anthony Rios. Now Deputy Chief John Westmoreland has been named acting fire chief in Orange County. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday. Let's talk some Florida politics, as we do every Tuesday with our Playbook Tuesday segment with Politico Florida. Fox 35 associate producer Johnny Jackson had the chance to speak with Politico reporter Kimberly Leonard, who's also the author of the Florida Playbook newsletter, about a number of topics, including James Fishback, the judge's ruling that he can stay on the ballot, and the news conference today where Fishback also called for the resignation of Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins for that lawsuit and that challenge to his candidacy. Here is what Kimberly had to say about that and a number of other political topics here in the Sunshine State.
Kimberly, one of the big things from this week, James Fishback will stay on our ballots in August. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins attempted to file a lawsuit to get James Fishback, who is sort of this insurgent right-wing candidate, off the ballot. And the reason was because he had inconsistent residency. In fact, he even admitted during the court hearing that he had voted in Washington, D.C., but apparently the judge didn't think that was enough of a reason to get him off the ticket. In Florida, we have a law that says you have to be a state resident for 7 consecutive years before you can run for governor. And Fishback said he was in D.C. It was during COVID. He voted for Trump because he really wanted to and could only do it there, and there were lockdowns. And so he will remain on the ballot, and it doesn't sound like there's going to be any appeals. So it's pretty interesting at this turn of events. The polls still show Byron Donalds really far ahead in the primary, but it'll be interesting to see what exactly the breakdown looks like, you know, what percentage of the votes he gets versus some of these other candidates in the race, especially James Fishback.
We also saw Fishback calling on Jay Collins to resign. I mean, is that shocking at all to you?
No, it's not shocking. One of the reasons that James Fishback has been able to get a lot of attention and is well known is because of the provocative things that he says and because of how he knows how to use social media, right? And so we have really seen him get a lot of questions from voters and who are curious about, you know, what he's about. He's gone on shows like Tucker Carlson's. And so he even polls higher than Jay Collins in some polls that I've seen. And so the way that he has leveraged this sort of, you know, be loud and out there type of strategy has really worked for him. But, you know, his fundraising is pretty lackluster. And again, Byron Donalds is so far ahead and has, I think, something like $100 million in the bank at this point. But it's still been an interesting race to watch. And I think it still can be very informative about how campaigns are changing, you know, and the strategies that they use to try to get attention, especially in such a diverse kind of media ecosystem.
And with a lot of Fishback's comments, it appears very clearly that he's not gunning for a position in the Donalds administration. So assuming these polling numbers are indicative of what we see in August, what could be next for James Fishback?
Oh, my goodness. Well, before this, I remember he was really trying to get involved in the White House's DOJ effort. So I think I still kind of see him in that sort of, you know, right-wing media area where he could, you know, maybe use some of his communication skills, which are significant. And, you know, there's a lot that you can do online now with influences and things like that. And so I do think that he'll still continue to be involved. He is going to become a father. That's another thing that he announced last week with his wife. And so, yeah, we'll see what happens. And no, I don't think he would get a job in the Donalds administration, but you know, there's always things that people get passed a lot in politics, in my experience. And so maybe there will be some way to kind of leverage his following or something like that.
And on the other side of the ticket, we also saw Congressman Maxwell Frost formally endorse the David Jolly-Glenn Graham ticket. I mean, what takeaways do you have from that?
Yeah, that was a really big deal. Look, Maxwell Frost is still the only member of Congress who's Gen Z. So he represents this young progressive voice in Congress. He's the first member of Congress to endorse David Jolly. So far, we haven't seen other members of the delegation come out. So getting this endorsement is a really big deal, you know? He's one of the few Black members of Congress. There are a lot of Black voters who are pretty let down at the fact that there's no Democratic Black candidate at the top of their ticket that they feel like is really, taking on just on all these different statewide races, even though there are a lot of candidates who are running. A lot of the fundraising is going toward other candidates. And so being able to have Frost support, being able to have Frost come out and talk specifically about how Jolly supports, a moratorium on building data centers, that sort of gives Jolly a boost to the base that he really needs, because exciting the base is going to be one of his biggest challenges heading into this election season.
And one of the most interesting things that comes to me about Maxwell Frost is he's running unopposed in his district. So he's basically like full endorsement mode for the past month and a half. I mean, we also saw him endorse Angie Nixon for U.S. Senate. What have we ever seen a candidate like this who's saying, kind of screw my race, let's get involved in everyone else's?
Well, right, because he has no challengers, he's automatically reelected. So that's kind of nice for him, right? He gets to just help other candidates. And look, he's a very, very influential voice. I don't think I'm overstating that. I mean, there were 2 members of Florida's delegation who were allowed to speak at the DNC in 2024. And mind you, Florida is a Republican-heavy state, right? Not Democratic heavy. Maxwell Frost was one of them. And he is, someone who can really get out, really rev up a crowd. It wasn't a surprise that he supported State Representative Angie Nixon, because the 2 of them are way more aligned on policy than someone like David Jolly. And so the fact that he is using his endorsements to really, so far, endorse sort of across the spectrum is very interesting. And he's too young actually to run for governor himself, so that's pretty interesting. But we'll see in a couple of years. But he's someone who I think has sort of come out the gate, not just as the youngest, Gen Z member of Congress, but someone who's really leveraged that energy to work for the party and to do so really across the ideological spectrum. So he's someone that we're watching really closely.
And kind of in that same vein, Angie Nixon really taking the progressive lane in the U.S. Senate race. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really clear that this Senate race, which isn't getting as much attention as other Senate races across the U.S., but it is still that same, progressive versus centrist dispute that you're seeing across the country. And so she is pretty unapologetic about it. She actually joined Democratic Socialists of America. She's very clear that, of where she stands on some of these big issues. She's definitely framing herself as the more insurgent person. I mean, she's someone who, when she gets in the room and works a crowd, you can really feel that energy in the room. It's really clear from going to campaign events. But, she doesn't have as much in fundraising as Alex Vindman, who has, gotten quite a lot. And they're not, big institutional money. It's actually money that has come from a lot of regular donors who are giving, $30 here, $30 there. And so she has a difficult race in front of her. Either one of them would have a difficult race against Ashley Moody, who was picked by Governor Ron DeSantis, who still remains pretty popular in Florida. And so after this primary, it'll be interesting to see, regardless of who wins, I think Republicans are going to call any Democrat, far left, but they would have an easier job, obviously, with Representative Nixon, just because she embraces titles like socialists. And even though in interviews she has said, I don't want to necessarily say progressive or anything like that, her rhetoric is consistent with a lot of the more progressive candidates that you see across the country.
So Kimberly, what's next in Florida politics?
Well, one of the big things that I am watching actually is something that Governor DeSantis is tweeting about a lot lately, and that is how Anthony Fauci, who led a lot of the COVID mitigation efforts under both Trump and Biden, is headed before a hearing tomorrow, actually. And Rand Paul, who's a Republican from Kentucky, put out a bunch of Fauci's diaries. And so the governor's been going on a tear about them. He's actually in them. I just finished reading through them. And so we'll be watching that hearing, and we'll be watching how it really revs up the base here in Florida, because the governor is staying out of, endorsing in the governor's race, but he obviously can still pick some of these political battles at his choosing.
Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter, speaking with us just a little bit ago. Give you another live look right now inside the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C., where the funeral for the late South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham continues. You can see many of the leaders in the gallery there, including President Donald Trump, the vice president, members of his cabinet, the Israeli prime minister, the president of Ukraine as well. So many high-ranking officials at the National Cathedral paying their final respects today. We are also continuing to monitor the trial of Anas Mohammed going on in Osceola County, a man who was accused of stabbing a 16-year-old back in 2022. We're hearing from the judge speaking right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Each of you should have had those in an email and a Word document that was provided at my request. And I also have just now looked over, there's also some special instruction requests. Well, one special instruction request with respect to reasonable doubt that the defense has supplied in writing and the reasons therefore, as well as a request on the verdict form. So
that's correct, Your Honor. If I may, I did bring out printed copies for both the court and the state to follow along. The first copy that the court will see is the proposed requested special instruction on reasonable doubt. The second document the court will see is the memorandum of law in support of the special request. And the third one is, as the court indicated, a motion to conform the verdict form to the presumption of innocence. If the court wants to address it now prior to getting into jury instructions, or if we want to go through the preliminary portions and then discuss reasonable doubt a little bit more in depth later on.
Let's go through the jury instructions.
So it appears they're working through some jury instructions right now. Today we've heard testimony from a number of investigators. Unclear how many more witnesses there may be that still have to testify, or if maybe this is an indication that things are winding down. Unclear where things stand right now. We will continue to monitor that. We've also been keeping an eye on this briefing in Seattle, where they've been giving an update on the shooting, the deadly shooting at a food festival there. Let's go ahead and listen in for a few minutes as the police chief continues to speak.
I'll be in the office. It's my usual cheerful and bubbly self. But if not, I'll take all the time that I need to make sure that I'm okay. That's all right. I've asked and answered.
And then Michelle, and then we'll get Thank you, Chief. What I wanted to ask about is how does the department effectively investigate gang activity without a gang unit?
Well, we have our gun violence reduction unit. They take the lead on most of those cases, as well as our intelligence unit. We do most of it during our 2 gun screening calls that we do on Mondays and Thursdays, where we're analyzing where gun violence is, any potential flare-ups, and making sure that we're monitoring people who may be actively using weapons or even have warrants to make sure that we can get those persons into custody. But all of our officers, this is a full complement of everything that we do with this particular agency. And we always look to make sure that we can make changes. For example, one of the changes that we made, our community response group, they're moving from patrol to investigations. We did that maybe a couple of weeks ago as part of our reorg to make sure that we're getting the support that we need when we hear that a violent crime may involve a gang member.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Dr. Jacqueline Bowles with Redeem Wellness Center, one of your partners, one of your 19 agencies, Mayor, that you have working in the evidence-based violence intervention project. We are part of the hospital-based part. We are also part of the state's evidence-based group. Are you aware we have not been paid? We have not been paid by the city since April, but we have been working. We have been working. We have been receiving clients. We have been receiving referrals. We have been taking care of gunshot victims and their families. We have not stopped any work, but this office refuses to process invoices, refuses to pay us under a reimbursable grant. I have written your office, Joy Hollingsworth's office, your office. How many offices does it take? And this is why we have a problem. We're trying to work. Are you aware? We have not been paid. And I'm not the only agency.
I am not aware of that, but we will look into it.
All right, this question is for the chief.
Chief Barnes, can you address what exactly happened yesterday, that heated exchange following the press conference? What was that all about?
Yeah, I would describe it as a heated exchange, but that's okay. Listen, I respect our media. I respect what you do. I consider you a big part of the community. I wish I could do it, but I don't have a face for television. But let me say this. I'm always passionate about what I do as a police officer. I'm always passionate about what I do as a community member, and sometimes that passion is in full display, especially if someone is questioning my work ethic or my integrity. But I understand that your job is to ask tough questions, and so I respect that. I want you to know.
More questions of the police chief and of the mayor in Seattle coming a couple of days after that deadly shooting there. We are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. Appreciate
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.